ಕುರಿಯರುಮೆಂ ಅವಹ ಬೇಣುಂದೋ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಹಯಾತುಗ ಅವಹ ಕುರಿಯರುಂ ಹೋದಾಲಂ ಬೇಣುಮಿಯ ಉರೀದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಮಡುಕುರು ಮೀ ವರ ವ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಸತೇಕ ಗುಣ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ತಜುರ್ಬಾ ಕೊಲ್ಲುಮ ಉರೀದೂಗೆ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ
ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಇತುರು ಹರಫತಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ MS ಅಳಿ ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಉರೀದು
जाणू तो एक है राके तो एक हथियार उतर के हमला दी फुरले लाफा दुआ क्या गादा ना तरुण बा बाकुरा फुमा द बाकुडा गादुरा मुझे यारू कम को दूडू वाला फुरा का कपारा तू तो वेनी हकुरा मत का फस्की चहेनी they will survive for the veiny diva ikko team king kude veiny nga badan ka ko gaming ka kapture ka ko bedi ka kapa e hur veiny fahumi heka ke kude veiny diwan mi mage mahal mage raj mi mage watan
Welcome to Ooredoo Nation.
The Gamers Man.
किया बला किया ने काळू काळू कुरु कुरु काळू काळू किरुळी कुकुळू किरुळू कुकुळू फास्ट को किया करकुर काळू किरुळू नो 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 काळू कुरु काळू किरुळी कुकुळू
ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಏದೋ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರೀದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್
काळू कुरु काळू किरुळी कुकुळू
ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಏದೋ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರೀದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್ ಎದು ಸ್ಮಿಯಂ ಐ ಲಿವೆ
ಫೋನುಗ ವಿಬುಳಿ ಹಯಾತಾನ ಟುಂಗುಳಿಲನೀತ ಕುಮ್ಮೀಸಕಿ ಮೇಜುಗ ಎಫಶಿ ಗೇಮುಗ ಕುಳುರು ಸ್ಪೀಡುಗ ಎ ಪಬ್ಜಿ ಗಂಡ ಸ್ನೈಪ್ ಕುರೆ ಎಸಕ ಮೀಮ್ ತಕ ಎ ಫುರಿ ಫೀಡುಗ ಎ ಟೆಕು ಟೊಕು ಫುರ ಎ ಫಿಟು ಚೆಕು ತಕ ವೆ ಓಜಿ ಫಶ ಎ ಸಾಳಿ ಟ್ರೆಂಡಕ ಎ ಕಿ ಬಜಿದುವಾ
Puro Santa Liberty, technology, libe kuri eroma, harufa tugati me hus maguta magutung ufala living wafenta fuga veche living for
ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬೋಡು 5G ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್
Bebe, bebe, ¿qué ahora? Bebe, mi ¿qué ahora?
ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾದೊಮ್ಮೆ ಉಂದಗೂ ಕಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾದಂಬೇಣೊಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ
Oh my gosh. We are back and the stream's a little funny, but yeah, it's just gonna be me tonight. Once again, and this is Ooredoo Nation and we have this Esports Contender Series Season 1 for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. So I'm very, very excited for this. Once again, I'm your caster, Annie, and my other co-caster is still Annie. That's just me. That's just my picture with a little bit of makeup. But yeah, we're excited for this. We're already done with the group stage, so we're gonna be going on to our quarterfinals. Really, our first game is gonna be with Elpida Esports and LNN SLFO Kanjiteru. So well, this is gonna be fun, and we're gonna have three more series. Later it's gonna be LNN SLFO Pilots and Vigani, and then Esports and Espada Esports, and then next will be Blood Ravens and KOF Suzuran. So, gonna be fun. And hopefully we see something interesting later on. So, just a little bit of a recap in the previous tournament in here or our finals was, I believe it had something with Elpida Esports and I think it's SLFO Esports. So they're not gonna be in the quarterfinals. They didn't quite make it, but we have two more other teams under the SLFO clan, which is Kanjiteru and Pilots. So you know what? I'm really excited either way. But yeah, we are already starting the hero picking. So you see Elpida Esports has banned out our Bane, and I can't quite see what Kanjiteru banned, but yeah, okay, because like half the face is kind of like blocked out. Sorry guys, there's a gecko, and then I'm not on Discord, so it's not like filtered out. But yeah, my gecko says hi guys. But yeah, we're moving on to more bans. The gecko. Moving on to more bans. We have the Hayabusa ban on Elpida Esports. So well, they're taking a bit of time, but that's okay. That's okay. They can definitely take a little bit more time for their bans. And just looking at Elpida Esports, yeah, I'm seeing familiar names such as Everybody and Eco. I'm not sure if I've seen Kami or Omega or Death featuring L before, or maybe they changed their name, or maybe my memory is just really, really bad. And of course, SLFO Kenjiteru, I'm not sure if I've seen this team before. But I definitely know SLFO pilots. I remember them. Okay, we have the Arlet ban for Kanjiteru, and we should be seeing another pair of bans. Elpida Esports will be going on to that really, really quickly. But yeah, this is gonna be a best of three, by the way, guys, for the quarterfinals. So Elpida Esports, Kanjiteru, we have the best of three, and as usual, if there's a team, either of these teams are gonna win two games in a row. Well, we won't be seeing a game number three, but if they tie, number one and game number two, then of course we'll be seeing game number 3, which is their tiebreaker. But yeah, okay, we have a little bit more time left. This is, oh my gosh, they all look the same to me. Let me just get my cheat sheet on who these heroes are. But this should be that marksman. Okay, wait. Let me just get my cheat sheet really quickly. But yeah, we'll be looking out to the ban on SLFO Kanjiteru really quickly as well. So well, let me see. No, it's not Nolan. It's, I think, Nathan. Yep, Nathan with the glasses. That dude. and the ban for the side of not banning. Oh, I guess we're gonna move on to the hero selection really quickly. So a couple of seconds left to go. Okay, we have our first pick. It's gonna be the Sunshin for Elpida Esports, going on to Death featuring L. Very quickly. SLFO Kanjiteru sees that the Zushin is open and they immediately get that for their side. So once again, Zushin has been the the meta mage. I don't know for how many seasons already, for like a couple of, maybe a whole year already, perhaps. Yeah, Zushin. If you're not banning Zushin, you definitely need to lock in that Zushin, and that's exactly what SLF Kanjiteru did. But they do need to pick another one. It looks like they'll be swapping out of Whiskitty. They will be taking the CC. So Kanjiteru has their mage and has their XP laner. And on the side of Elpida Esports, Shin will be going to typically the jungle. Yeah. So, I mean, to go up against the Zushin, maybe a Vixana will be fine. Or maybe they'll be choosing the mage really later on. Okay, they'll be locking in the Minotaur, which is, I mean, good healing, a good sustain, as well as a lot of crowd control depending on who uses that. So definitely love the pick, and the Ascension, of course. So the execution of the teams. Okay, we have our XP laners on both sides. Then we have Kanjiteru with the CC and Elpida Esports with the X board, and we should be seeing the last pick on SLFO Kanjiteru's side. So it's either shooting blanks or I don't know. Okay, we have a swap. So Uncle Levi will be getting that Dicky. So we have both our roamers, which is Dicky and Minotaur. So lacking on Elpida Esports should be the mid laner as well as their marksman. Both sides actually don't have marksman, and Kanjiteru still needs that jungler. And it looks like we'll be seeing a Forza ban. I love it. Forza's finally meta once again. I'm so proud of her. I love using Forza. But yeah, Elpida Esports will be saying goodbye to, I believe this is Iksha. Where's that? Kalia. I'm not sure. Why do they all look the same? Okay, that's Iksha. That's Iksha. And another ban from Kanjiteru. They should be banning once again. Let's see what the ban is gonna be. Okay. The first ban for SLFO Kanjiteru is actually Amon. Yeah, it was kind of hard because once again they all look the same. I even didn't quite know if that was Iksha or Kalia. But yeah, ban. And wait, what? I mean, we're gonna be seeing a okay. We have our Valentina. I believe that's Valentina. Yep, that is a Valentina ban. Yeah, I love the focus on the mid laner ban for Kanjiteru. Should they really be worried? I mean, they have a Zushin. It's just absolutely crazy. And yeah, I saw on our group chat that they said there's like 200, no, there are 350 viewers right now. That's crazy, guys. Hello. Hello, guys. I don't know why you guys are so many. I think one of these teams have like I don't know, a huge fan base, and I'm just so happy that you're all watching. But yeah, Hanabi will be getting banned as well. So once again, if you're just tuning into the stream, once again, this is Ooredoo Nation Gamers Land, and this is Esports Contender Series Season 1. Everyone's kind of shocked right now. Where are viewers coming from? We're at 403 right now. So guys, say hello on the live stream. I want to know where you guys are from. What is that? It's climbing. It's 438 viewers. Okay, we're gonna be going that. Oh my gosh, the SLFO Kanjiteru. I think that's Alice. They revamped Alice. I think that's their new. That's her new skin. No, not skin. It's their new graphic. Let me just confirm really quickly because those wings are very distinct. Yeah. Well, the face is definitely different. Oh my gosh. There's so many viewers. 489 guys. Say hi to the stream. Very curious as to where you guys are from. But then yeah, Alice. I think Alice could go to the jungle. Let's just see what's happening. But yeah, Elpida Esports will be getting the Valir and also the Leslie. All right, we have Valir and Leslie to finish the lineup for Elpida Esports. We have Heesun Shin for the jungle, Minotaur for the roamer, Xborg for the XP lane. We have Valir as our mid laner to go up against Azushin. And we have the Leslie as well, but just a little bit of a problem with Valir. I mean, they could definitely counter a lot of rumors that have crowd control, but they also have lots of crowd control capabilities. But Diggy can definitely counter that. But yeah, for SLFO Kanjiteru, they will be ending their hero picks with our Alucard in the jungle, I suppose. And so our Alice could be. I'm not sure. Maybe Alice is their carry? You know what? Let's just see later on what our SLFO Kanjiteru has in store for us because I'm not a definite carry right now. Zushin definitely needs to be in the mid lane, but Alice might be. Is that Alice? I'm not sure anymore. Okay, let me just check. Or maybe that's someone else. But then yeah, once again, guys, this is the quarterfinals for Ooredoo Nation Gamersland Esports Contender Series Season 1. This is Elpida Esports and LNN SLFO Kanjiteru. This is a best of 3. So, right now, game number 1, not too much pressure. It's just two teams getting to know each other, trying to see if test the waters, trying to see who's stronger than who. And guys, 586 watching now on the stream. I'm so happy to see guys, and I'm really excited. Wait a minute. The Contender Series season. It says season 2, so I think this is of our MLBB Contender Series. But yeah, okay, we have a little bit of poke here and there. Mostly Elpida Esports. Just initiating things, especially with everybody. Okay, oh no, very low on health. Animation manages to get away, however, so that's fine. That's fine. Everyone just chill out. Really, everyone's just on their jungles and some pokes here and there on the top lane, but very quickly could have been a ganked, but not too much damage being done. Okay, Kami will be rotating up front, and they won't be finding any ganks over there. So I guess they're gonna be going back. But yeah, everyone's kind of just staying in their lane. All right, we have just CC on the top lane on gold lane. I don't know if this is gonna be a good idea. All right, CC is gonna be the first blood getting picked off, and if we're making the carry of and SLFO Kanjiteru. I don't I don't know if this is gonna be a good idea, but let's see how they'll pretty much execute this. But yeah, first roll up, and we can see SLFO kind of like trying to contest this, but immediately everybody is trying to do something about that. Just hit the poke. Oh, there we have it. The contest did not work. Death does get that turtle, and already we're seeing a 4 versus 3 animation trying to chase down Kami, but very, very low on health is Uncle Levi. Alright, they managed to get away, not much damage done, so no casualties from that skirmish. But yeah, everyone's just going back to their places. Right now, Elpida Esports mostly has the advantage. Right now, we have the turtle on one side of Elpida Esports, and they also have the first blood on their hands. So a bit of a gold lead for Elpida Esports. Couple of seconds left to go for that next turtle. Is actually more than a minute left to go. There's 3 people up top from the side of Kanjiteru, so a little bit nervous there. I don't know if Leslie's gonna be safe for long, but Izunchin's nearby. Minotaur is also so it should be fine. Everyone can just chill out, and as long as Leslie stays within that tower, Kanjiteru can definitely not jump in too much. But yeah, Sparrow's trying to oh, okay, we have Uncle Levi. Actually, something's happening up top, but yeah, Uncle Levi will be saying goodbye, and it looks like out of Who's Kitty as their second death already, and I think they're trying to chase down animation. Uncle Levi is right behind, and they're already respawned, but over here Kami very dangerously low on health. Eco joins the fray, stun, animation falls. And that's a bad thing to do. This is 4-1 on the scoreboard. I think this is going to be a 5-1 really, really soon, with Sparrow falling as well. Oh my gosh. Not a good look for SLFO Kanjiteru, but well, it's still 4 minutes into the game. Let's see what happens if Kanjiteru gets their items. But it's not looking really, really good because once again they don't have a carry. Most of them are early game heroes. Jushin, however, could be a late game with a bit of with a bit of items here and there, but it looks like Elpida Esports will be starting on that turtle with 4 players, maybe even 5, and very, very easily Death featuring L or Duff FTL will be getting their second turtle. So both turtles side of Elpida. Okay, there was an attempt to steal that red buff, and it goes to Kanjiteru, so they stole it off really, really quickly. Okay, 3 versus 2, we might be seeing a tower dive. Nope, it looks like Elpida Esports will be backing away. Levi's quite low on health right now. Couldn't quite get the sustainability that they need. And it really looks like Out of Wiz Kitty is their carry on the gold lane. Okay, Out of Wiz Kitty. Oh my gosh, I love that tower dive very, very quickly. 4 versus 2 did not stand a chance. SLFO Kanjiteru follows. Elpida Esports takes a tower, the top outer turret. But yeah, shooting blanks should be on the red buff. Okay, Eco taking a bit of damage, but otherwise might be a tower dive. Okay, 3 versus 2 on the mid lane, and we have immobilized. It looks like everybody might be a little bit of trouble, but that sustain is holding them up. You can see the difference between the items of Elpida Esports and SLFO Kanjiteru. The sustain is absolutely amazing, and you can feel SLFO Kanjiteru. I mean, they can't quite get some damage in, and look at that, another kill. 8-3 on the scoreboard. 1 more kill going to Elpida Esports. Animation quite low on health. It looks like we'll see a dive. Oh, okay, that's a nice getaway from animation. I don't know, maybe you should go back to your base. It's not looking really, really good, but yeah, shooting blanks will be spotted. This might be a 5 versus 3 on the mid lane under the turret, but very, very quickly that turret will be going down. We're a bit of damage here and there. Sparrow's jumping right in, manages to get away. Elpida Esports will be backing out. There's a couple of seconds. Yep, the next turtle is up. They have about 20 seconds and a minute to go before that turns into the Lord. And Isunchin still in the farm, but Valier's already kind of like trying to make sure that they have the map control over on the turtle side, but 5 people from SLFO Kanjiteru towards the lower part of the map. Okay, they've spread out right now, and of course, Death L will be getting their third turtle of the game, so might be seeing a jungle invade for the red buff, and of course the rest of SLFO Kanjiteru will be trying to look for that red buff. Okay, animation's in a bit of trouble. They should not have made the mage check the bush. What is happening? And now everyone's paying the price. They go ahead and save laner, but at the end Levi still taking a bit of damage. Aju's kitty falls. Also, I think we'll have a third casualty. Sparrow is in a little bit of trouble. Oh my gosh, Sparrow, that sustain, that Alice. I think this Alice has the items that they need right now. And look at that, Elpida Esports quite low on health, but still it did not stand a chance for 4 members actually taking down our Alice. That's absolutely crazy. And look at that, 12-4 on the scoreboard. Might be a 13 soon out of which Kitty manages to get Elpida Esports while they're very, very low on health. I don't know. SLFO Kanjiteru had so much time to reset, and now the tables might be turning right now. 4 versus 3 on the mid lane, and Elpida Esports is trying to back away. It looks like Death L is trying to, I don't know, they try to go in, but oh, they actually managed to get away. It's just so much of slows coming in from both sides. I guess both mid laners should have their glowing wands already, so that's probably why everything was just slowing down all of a sudden. But yeah, finally we have the Lord and a couple seconds left to go, and everyone's kind of chilling out, you know. They don't wanna get picked off too much, especially if the Lord is gonna be spawning really, really soon. But because if you get wiped out here, it's like an easy Lord for the victorious team. But yeah, just watching out to that map. It looks like there might be a little bit of a Lord dance over here, but shooting blanks. The retribution holder of SLFO Kanjiteru is way too far from the Lord. So if Elpida Esports goes ahead and tries to get this Lord really, really soon, SLFO Kanjiteru stands no chance and might be a 5 versus 4 really soon. But SLFO Kanjiteru, they're right to stand back. They cannot afford to be picked off right now, especially with the Lord gonna be spawning a couple of seconds and they're going up top. And it looks like PETA Esports will be taking this time to go ahead and take this tower very, very quickly. There's a 4-man push on the bottom lane, and that the minion on the blue side is getting, I don't know, treated like royalty at this point. Alright, Omega with the ultimate from the Leslie. Sparrow's being chased just a little bit, and animation is on the mid lane, quite low on health, taking a bit of damage, but Sparrow's leading the charge very, very quickly. Looking at all that health going down on the side of SLFO Kanjiteru, that's already 2 down. On the revive. Okay, Sparrow first is gonna be falling, but Levi will actually get a kill up against everybody. But all of a sudden, we have a shutdown. Oh my gosh, that's a triple kill for Elpida Esports. Death L. And it just took almost wipe. Actually, it's a full wipeout for SLFO Kanjiteru. If only there was no Diggy. Oh my gosh. The first game, Elpida Esports gets this with a snowball. Not even 11 minutes into the game, our first game goes to Elpida Esports. It's now a 1-2-0 on this best of 3. Congratulations for a great start. So, I mean, Elpida Esports, just amazing, kind of like a execution coming from their teams. But it was nice. It was nice. I think SLFO Kanjiteru can still have a chance later on. And right now, I think we may or may not be going on to a break. I'm just waiting for confirmation. Okay, we're going to the after game first. Right. Once again, guys, Ooredoo Nation Gamers Land Esports Contender Series Season 1, and we have 398 viewers as of right now. I think there's like a bit of a Sorry guys, this is my my hair clip. But yeah, we are seeing a 10 minutes and 54 seconds game as we saw a while ago. 16 to 8 on the scoreboard on the final tally. And look at that, death is their username, but there are no deaths to be seen. That's crazy. Everybody took all of most of the deaths with the 4 on the KDA 0 to 4 to 14. Very interesting stats. And a lot of kills, a lot of deaths rather, for out of Whiskey, supposedly their gold laner, and they died the most. So not very good execution, and they definitely need a carry. Also with the Diggy, I mean we're already used to roamers having mostly the sacrifice for the team. But yeah, our MVP is Death Feet L or Feet L. I think it's gonna be Feet L. It's not featuring. It's not a music video, guys. But the KDA will be a 9-0-6. So with that 0 kills, with the 3 turtles, with the 9 kills, with the GPM of 819. If you play MLBB, you know how hard it is to get MVP on the jungler. But this guy with the 9-0-6 and the 3 turtles and the 1 lord, it's no wonder that Deathfit L gets the MVP for this first game. So once again, congratulations to Elpida Esports for getting this first win. So once again, best of 3, guys. So match point coming in to Elpida Esports. On our next game, if Elpida Esports wins, we'll be seeing them on the semifinals rather. But if not, if we see a LNS SLFO Kanjiteru win, we might be seeing a game number 3. But yeah, once again, guys, this has been Ooredoo Nation Gamersland quarterfinals, and we will be going on to a short break. So to those of you watching, thank you so much, and we'll be seeing you in a couple of minutes.
Kurierumen avaha beenundo 5G jassala Hayatuga avaha kurierun hodalam beenumiya Ooredoo 5G jassala Madukuru mi vara vakameddo 5G jassala Sateka guna speed tajruba kolluma Ooredooge 5G jassala
ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಇತುರು ಹರಫತಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಸಳಿ ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಉರಿದು
ಜಾಣುತ ಏಕೆ ಹ್ಯಾರಾಕಿತ ಏಕೆ ಹತಿಯಾರುತ್ತದೆ ಏಕೆ ಹಮಲಾದಿ ಫುರುಡಿ ಲಾಫಾದುವ ಗ್ಯಾಗಾದನ ತರು ಬ್ಯಾಬಾಕುರ ಫುಮ್ಮಾದ ಬ್ಯಾಕುಡಾಗಾದುರ ಮುಜಿಯಾರು ಕಮುಗಲೂಡು ವ್ಯಾಲಾಫುರ ಕಾಕಬ್ಬಾರದ್ದುತ ವೇಣಿ ಹಗುಡಾಮತ ಕಪ್ಪಸ್ಕಿಚ್ಚ ಹೇಣಿ ಡೈವರ್ ಸಫೈ ಪುರವೇಣಿ ದಿವ ಇಕ್ಕೊ ಟೀಮ್ ಕಿಂಗ್ ಪುರವೇಣಿ ಹಿಂಗಾಬದಂ ಕಾಕು ಹಿಗೇನಿ ಕಾಕತ್ತುರೆ ಕಾಕು ಹಿಬೇಡಿ ಕಾಕಬ್ಬಾ ಏ ಹುರವೇಣಿ ಫಹುಮಿ ಹೆಕ ಕಿಕ್ಕುರವೇಣಿ ದೀಬುವಾಣಿ ಮೀ ಮಗೆ ಮಹಲ್ ಮಗೆ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮೀ ಮಗೆ ವತನ್
Welcome to Ooredoo Nation.
ಕಿಯಾ ಬಲ ಕಿಯಾನೆ ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಗುಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಗುಳು ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಕ್ಕಿಯಾಲ ಕರ್ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ನೋ 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 ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಗುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್
ಕರ್ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಗುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್ ಇದು ಸ್ಮಿಯಂ ಐ ಲಿವೆ ಲಿವೆ
ಫೋನುಗಾವೆ ಮುಳಿ ಹಯಾತಾನ ಟುಂಗುಳಿಲನೀತ ಕುಮ್ಮಿಸಕಿ ಮೇಜುಗಾ ಎ ಫಶಿ ಗೇಮುಗಾ ಕುಳುನು ಸ್ಪೀಡುಗಾ ಎ ಪಬ್ಜಿಗಣ
ಸ್ನೈಪ್ ಕುರೆ ಎಸಕ ಮೀಮ್ ತಕ ಎ ಫುರಿ ಫೀಡುಗ ಎ ಟೆಕು ಟೊಕು ಫುರ ಎ ಫಿಟು ಚೆಕು ತಕ ವೆ ಓಜಿ ಫಶ ಎ ಸಾಳಿ ಟ್ರೆಂಡಕ ಎ ಕಿ ವಜಿದುವಾ
Furusan liberne technology libe kuri eruma eko haru fatuga libe hos bagata wagutung ufala libe huwa fenta kuga veche libe fa
ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬೋಡು 5G ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್
Bebe, bebe, क्या हो रखा? Bebe, मी क्या हो रखा?
ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾದೊಮ್ಮೆ ಉಂಡಗೂ ಕಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾದಂಬೇಣು ಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಕುರಿಯರು ಮೆಂಗ್ ಅವಹ ಬೇಣುಂದೋ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಹಯಾತುಗ ಅವಹ ಕುರಿಯರು ಹೋದಾಲಂ ಬೇಣುಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಮಡುಕುರು ಮೀ ವರ ವ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಸತೇಕ ಗುಣ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ತಜುರ್ಬಾ ಕೊಲ್ದುಮ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ
ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಇತುರು ಹರಫತಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಸಳಿ ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಉರಿದು
ಜಾಣುತ್ತ ಏಕೆ ಹ್ಯಾರಾಕಿತ ಏಕೆ ಹತಿಯಾರುತ್ತ ಏಕೆ ಹಮಲಾದಿ ಫುರುಡಿ ಲಾಫಾದುವ ಗ್ಯಾಗಾದಾನ ತರು ಬ್ಯಾಬಾಕುರ ಫುಮ್ಮಾದ ಬ್ಯಾಕುಡಾಗಾದುರ ಮುಜಿಯಾರು ಕಮುಗಲೂಡು ವ್ಯಾಲಾಫುರ ಕಾಕಬ್ಬಾರದ್ದು ವೇಣಿ ಹಂಗುಡಾಮತ ಕಫಸ್ಕಿಚ್ಚು ವೇಣಿ ದೈವರ್ ಸಫೈ ಪುರವೇಣಿ ದಿವ ಇಕ್ಕೊ ಟೀಮ್ ಕಿಂಗುಡೆ ವೇಣಿ ಹಿಂಗಾಬದಂ ಕಾಕು ಹಿಗೇನಿ ಕಾಕತ್ತುರೆ ಕಾಕು ಹಿಬೇಡಿ ಕಬ್ಬ ಏ ಹುರವೇಣಿ ಫಹುಮಿ ಹೆಕ ಕಿಕ್ಕುರೆ ವೇಣಿ ದೀವಾಣಿ ಮೀ ಮಗೆ ಮಹಲ್ ಮಗೆ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮೀ ಮಗೆ ವತನ್
Welcome to Ooredoo Nation.
ಕಿಯಾ ಬಲ ಕಿಯಾನೆ ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಗುಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಗುಳು ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಕ್ಕಿಯಾನ ಕರ್ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ನೋ ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಗುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್
ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಗುಳು
And we are back once again, guys. This is Ooredoo Nation Gamersland Esports Contender Series Season 1. And, I mean, we saw a while ago Elpida Esports having their first victory, and it's just so exciting to see our second game really, really soon. So, what can happen right now is Elpida Esports could get their second win, and will go straight to their victory. They'll go straight to the semifinals. But there's also a possibility that Lenion SLFO Kanjiteru can get this game in and will be pushing to a game number 3. So those are the two possibilities right now. And my production is laughing. Okay, never mind. But then yeah, we're going back to our hero bands in the picks, and this time around they're gonna be swapping places. So right now, SLFO Kanjiteru will be getting first pick. They will also be getting the blue side, and Elpida Esports, on the other hand, will be getting the red side. So we are seeing already the Amon ban already for Kanjiteru. I suppose they really just want to take away the Amon. So what SLFO could Kanjiteru rather could do, what they could learn from the previous game. I think the most obvious is get a real carry, and I don't know if they did that on purpose, because CC is, I don't know, not really like a gold laner. I've seen CC too much on the gold lane, but they definitely need a marksman, or maybe at least a Harith, or could have been maybe Alice. I don't know. Alice could have also been a good gold laner. But I digress. We have the next set of bans. We have Elpida Esports getting the Bane out of picture, and of course Kanjiteru answering with the Carmilla ban. Elpida Esports will be banning the Nathan as well. So Kanjiteru, they took the Zushin, and I was really excited for that because that was their first pick. They definitely took that Jushin for themselves already, and all of a sudden the lineup kind of like got a little bit messy, and then the execution and the fact that they had the Jushin, it was just such a waste. I thought I could finally see a very nice Jushin gameplay for our quarterfinals, but yeah, we're seeing the bats right now. It's still Iman, Carmilla, Nathan, and Bane getting taken out of the picture. And it looks like Asian Shin will be getting banned. And he's on the hands of death, Feet L. Which, by the way, guys, our MVP in the previous round, so taking away the Eason Shin. A very good decision, a very good ban choice. Elpida Esports, depending on how scared they are of the Jushin, they could probably leave Jushin open, or they will be banning Hayabusa instead, okay? We have our full set of phase one bans. Now let's go on to the picking. So it's first Kanjiteru side. They'll be picking first. Once again, Jushin's still open. Um who else is open? They only have one pick. So they could prioritize if they really want Jushin. Jushin would be a good idea right now. But either way, they might be getting a jungler first, depending on what they want, or they could, you know, hold their cards close to themselves and get a rumor first. But just a couple of seconds left to go for the picking, and I'm not sure which kind of hero they'll be choosing first. It looks like they'll be going for the mage first. It's gonna be our Farsa pick. So animation once again being on the mid lane. But yeah, Elpida Esports, everybody is first on the lineup, so we might be seeing a roam pick. Or we might be seeing a swap later on. That's also a possibility. But yeah. Ooh, Elpida Esports, they have Isaac Foster playing. I love it. I love it, guys. So I'm very, very excited to see Isaac Foster finally coming back to our games. But yeah, it looks like Elpida Esports will be taking that Zushin for themselves. Kanjiteru didn't take it. They took Farsa instead, which has Farsa has a wider range, but Zushin with the proper items and maybe a little bit of a snowball might beat Farsa just a little bit. But Farsa is also a pretty good choice. They have this stun and they have such a nice amount of damage as well. I would know because I am a Farsa main. But yeah, Elpida Esports will be getting the Minotaur as well, so a little bit similar to their previous game. But Kanjiteru, speaking of similar, it's gonna be the Iksha and the Diggy. On the other hand, their Zushin will be traded off to the Elpida Esports side. So one more pick. Isaac Foster is gonna be getting the last pick for Elpida Esports. That or it could be Death might get a jungler. They don't have the Hisenshin anymore, so I don't know, some good picks. Actually, there's a whole lot of like um pool of junglers out there, so they can pretty much pick the jungler that they are most comfortable with. And it looks like Isaac Foster will be getting that Badang. We have an XP laner, we have a mid laner, and we have a roamer for Elpida Esports. The other hand, Kanjiteru has the Iksha, has the D, has the Farsa. So this is gonna be interesting. I think it's gonna be nice. We're going to go back to the bands. The PD Esports will the first band, so we can go ahead. Maybe ban. I mean, we have a bit of a carry already. Um, I don't know. They can pretty much ban. I mean, we have a roamer, and we have the carries. So they need to ban we have the Arlet ban on the Elpida Esports, so they're prioritizing the XP laner ban. They could also ban junglers, but Kanjiteru they could also ban junglers and also marksmen because that's what Elpida Esports is lacking right now. So just kind of waiting right now as to what the bans rather is gonna be for Kanjiteru. I mean, they could ban the Leslie, which Elpida Esports used last time, but I think maybe focus on maybe mostly meta. So we have the Joy ban for Kanjiteru. Back to Elpida Esports. Once again, they can ban the jungler, or they can also ban the XP laner. We could do either of those for Elpida Esports. And okay, I was like, there was an Iksha in the previous game. I think Iksha was banned in the previous game, and Kanjiteru will be taking that Iksha for themselves this time, and it's a good thing. It's a good thing they decided to have a marksman for their carry, for their gold laner. But some very nice choice of ban. We have the Katsukacha for Opida Esports, which Kanjiteru still needs an XP laner and Gatot was just supposedly such a nice choice, and now it's taken off the table. So Kanjiteru, they could be answering back with another marksman. Let's just see what their choice is gonna be. They have a couple of seconds left to go. And I mean, they could choose a marksman or a jungler, and they chose both. It's gonna be a Roger ban. Roger could be a goal laner, and they could also be a jungler at the same time. But yeah, this is gonna be our final bans for both sides. And now we're going back to the picking. So it's either Def or Omega will be getting their pick first. Just one on Elpida Esports right now. And then we'll be going on to Kanjiteru really, really soon. Okay, I love this. We have a Granger for Elpida Esports. Could be going for the marksman. Could be going to jungle as well. So I love the mind games that we have here. Ooh, interesting. We have Kanjiteru having the Basha and the Lapu Lapu. I believe that's Lapu Lapu. So Lapu Lapu will be going on to the XP lane, and the Basha might be I think it's Basha, right? Baxia. Yep. They'll be going on to the roamer side and going with Iksha. No, wait a minute. Who's the jungler? Either Basha or Lapu Lapu will be the jungler because I forgot Diggy is already the roamer. Okay. We'll see later on. But Elpida Esports will have our jungler with Hanzo. So Granger will be going on to the gold lane. We'll see what the Kanjiteru lineup's gonna look like. We might be seeing a Baksha jungle later on. But yeah, final lineup we'll be finding out that out really, really soon because we can't quite see the spells yet. So I'm not sure who has retribution. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is the quarterfinals for our Esports Contender Series Season 2. This is Lenion SLFO Kanjiteru versus Elpida Esports. Game number 2 of this best of 3. Match point for Elpida Esports. And, well, this is gonna be fun. Kanjiteru chose the Farsa, the Diggy, the Iksha, the Baksha, and the Lapu Lapu. All the while, Elpida Esports has the Minotaur, the Jushin, the Badang, the Granger, and the Hanzo on their side. So finally, these lineups are very balanced. I love it on both sides. And right now it's just all about execution. I'm not quite too worried about just the lineup, like very like on the basics, on the fundamentals. And yeah, I guess we'll be starting right now. A little bit of a skirmish in the mid lane. Animation is quite low on health. Manages to get away in time. It's just a little bit of a poke from everybody. And also Kami with the skill over here. But yeah, the lamp is just gonna go ahead and get those minions in. And shooting tanks is being harassed right now in the jungle, and it looks like Lapu will be joining into the fray. 3 versus 2 on the bottom side of the river. Okay, they're just poking each other. Everybody's half health. And up top we have Iksha and Granger, and then there's a Diggy nearby, just kind of watching their carry, making sure that nothing bad happens to them. If everybody's in a bit of a low health, but we all know that Minotaur doesn't die very fast, so it's all fine, it's all good. And might be seeing a pretty heavy rotation up top, but Elpida Esports won't be finding anything really, really soon unless they tower dive. There's a bit of information gotten for the side of SLFO Kanjiteru. They know that it's not safe. Okay, we're gonna see a dive on the tower. Uncle Levi will be saying goodbye first, but shooting blanks will be jumping in really soon. Isaac Foster quite low on health, but they're chasing. They are chasing shooting blanks nonetheless, very low on health, and Zushit's damage. That lamp finishes off shooting blanks, and guys, shooting blanks is the jungler for Kanjiteru. So I mean, you rely on the jungle so early on into the game, and Sparrow needs to run. This guy needs to run. I don't know where this guy's going. Okay, they jump inside of that tower. Okay, that was pretty funny. And Death L actually jumped over to the wall. Okay, Sparrow, 4 versus 1. There's a Shooting Blacks nearby, but Sparrow manages to survive. Shooting Blacks is trying to contest that turtle. Let's go at this. Shooting Blacks manages to steal that animation, even stealing a kill. Death L falls. Oh my gosh, that was a messy turtle. A messy first turtle. And I would not have it any other way. And the goal right now, it's just equal for both sides, more or less. Just a slight tipping to the scale of Elpida Esports, but not too significant. But yeah, with pretty heavy rotation once again on the goal lane right now. It might be a dive, but down goes under the turret. Ooh, Isaac Foster is very low on health. It looks like we'll be saying goodbye to Isaac Foster to on the scoreboard. Couple of just a minute and a couple of seconds left to go before that next turtle jumps in, and Farsa uses their ultimate. Alright, we have our second kill, third kill for animation. Oh my gosh, we have the double kill. 4-2 on the scoreboard. Sparrow's below in health, manages to heal up. Isaac Foster has respawned. Going back to the XP lane. Death is in a bit of a pinch, manages to get away. Shooting Blanks trying to invade the jungle right now, but yeah, they're probably gonna be backing away because there's a lot of people from the jungle on the side of Elpida Esports. But then yeah, half a minute left to go before that next turtle's gonna be coming in, and Hanzo's already trying to get into position. Might be seeing another dive. Def L, they're leaving their body behind, going on that tower dive. They have a couple seconds left to go, and that's a very nice dive into the mid lane turrets. But no casualties yet until now. It's Uncle Levi is gonna be saying goodbye. Next is gonna be animation. I think there's a casualty on the side of Elpida Esports, but there's a double kill for Aqua's Kitty. That's a triple kill, in fact. The times that the turns have tabled, the tables have turned for SLFO Kanjiteru. That tower dive was just too risky. Death L, however, getting chased down. The body's right over there, but Death L's very, very low on health. Okay, they did not go back to a nice spot, but yeah, as SLFO Kanjiteru, they can go ahead and get this turtle in. This might be a 3 versus 3 out of its Kitty's going low on health, but there's a heal and just a little bit. Uncle Levi using their ultimate, but I don't know, it's not looking good. We have one casualty. It's all fine. It's all good. Okay, I don't know. Elpida Esports just focusing most of their rotations, going up top, going a gold lane. I think it's paying off a bit well, but Kanjiteru keeps, I don't know, they keep fighting back, and you can see from the 9-5 scoreboard that they're kind of winning this despite Elpida Esports being the more aggressive side. Okay, we're seeing an attempt on the Farsa ultimate. Isaac Foster surrounded by 4 people from SLFO Kanjiteru. I don't know if they'll survive this. Very low on health, but everybody saves them. They're backing away right now. Everyone's kind of low on health on Elpida Esports, and now out of this gets Omega in. Everybody will be following, but Isaac Foster manages to get away. Kami's getting sandwiched. 4 versus 1. This is a tower dive, and Shooting Blanks gets a Kami down, and that is 12-5 on the scoreboard. No, I don't know what's happening. SLFO Kanjiteru, they're playing it safe. Elpida Esports is being really aggressive right now, but I don't know. The tables keep on turning. It's absolutely insane. And once again, guys, I love it, guys. 476 watching right now. So if you're new to the stream, welcome to Esports Contender Series Season 2. This is our MLBB quarterfinals. Just up to speed, Elpida Esports already won on the best of 3. It's a 1-0, but it looks like Kanjiteru might be having a good time right now. Look at this new tower dive once again up against Kanjiteru. Of course, that's Hanzo's signature move. You know, just diving into towers without much consequence. But Sparrow might be taken in with that CC. Look at that. There's absolutely... They cannot move. It was... I don't know. That CC took forever. That took 5 business days to shake up, but Kanjiteru, they're still alive. No casualties, despite Elpida Esports. I think there was a 4 versus 1, despite Elpida Esports practically having the numbers advantage. But yeah, next turtle coming in, they have to get this turtle within 20 seconds, otherwise it's gonna despawn. But look at this, Kanjiteru trying to contest this Sparrow, already jumping in. So much, I don't know, so much risk, but Kanjiteru in the end it pays off. They get the third turtle. Elpida Esports should be backing away. They're quite low on health, and Kanjiteru is just pushing in. Oh my gosh, shooting blanks will be backing away. They know the risk assessment. Elpida Esports half health, and they're backing away. And I think Sparrow might be in a little bit of trouble. Let's just see. Oh, but Kami will be falling. Death L might follow. 3 versus 1, but it is a tower dive. Shooting backs will be falling. All right. And we have Isaac Foster in between the two. Okay, very quickly low on health. Death is also low on health. Everybody will be slain by animation. Oh my gosh, what is this? Farces KDA 5-1-2-3 already, and Kanjiteru, I think this game is on their favor right now. Look at that slight snowball in. I mean, we have a 5k gold lead, almost a 5k gold lead for SLFO Kanjiteru. And not to mention the kills, 14-7. So for Elpida Esports, I mean, they could go ahead and wait for the Granger to kind of get a lot of their items. But let's just see if Omega can go ahead and shine all of a sudden. But we have the Hanzo leaving their body behind, quite low on health, and Uncle Levi will be saying goodbye first. Farso with that ultimate, but immediately getting interrupted. Everybody's right behind. There's Elpida Esports. Elpida Esports getting pushed back to their base. They're already half health. They have to back off, but Sparrow will be falling first one. Everybody might be falling. Isaac Foster will be falling next. That's 2 casualties for Elpida Esports. Kanjiteru, this is their game. 3 versus 3 on the mid lane, but Kanjiteru is getting pushed back. We have the Forces ultimate once again. I love Farsia skin, by the way. I really want that skin. But I don't know if it's still available right now. But yeah. Everyone's resetting. Kanjiteru especially. 16-9 on the scoreboard. We're 10 minutes into the game. We have the first Lord. They're just looking at the Lord, trying to draw them out. Shooting blanks is a bit low on health, and out of Whiskit he will fall by the hands of Death. Shooting blanks is about half health, and looks like Elpida Esports trying to push back Kanjiteru. They're being aggressive, but in the end, it's Elpida Esports. They'll be quite low on health. Animation falls first, though. Death gets shooting blanks. Okay, there's 2 people left in Kanjiteru. This is prime time for Elpida Esports to take this Lord and turn this game around for their favor. Oh my goodness. Domination Eyes going in for Isaac Foster might be helpful, especially with the sustain coming in from Kanjiteru. But yeah, Tower Dive, just a little attempt on the mid lane turret, but I think they have this turret in the bag. Oh, we are seeing a dive, but Death L takes a bit of damage. It's still Hanzo's temporary body, not to worry. And so with that, Kanjiteru manages to defend that mid lane turret, and that mid lane turret will be seeing another day for now. But once again, that Lord spawns on the top lane. Fars is trying to clear this out, but I think they should be watching out for Elpida Esports. Everyone's still alive on the field, and Kanjiteru definitely cannot afford to lose any players. We're seeing a tower dive on the mid lane. Death L trying to get the back lines. Omega gets the tower. Death gets animation, and I think shooting blanks might be in a little bit of trouble, but Sparrow's chasing. Omega gets that kill. Kami, however, just holding the lines. Death L trying to join into the fray. Quite low on health. Half of his kit. He gets Isaac Foster. We're 18-13 on the scoreboard right now. and there were two casualties in Kanjiteru, but there's still waiting to be respawned in Elpida Esports, and this is prime time for Kanjiteru to go ahead and take down that Lord really quickly, but might be a little bit hard. There's still a lot of tankiness on that Lord, but yeah, he manages to get down, but the top lane has been pushed by a lot. Since speaking of push, Elpida Esports on their pushing spree. Everybody is should go on the front lanes, but this is a potential 5 versus 2, so definitely not gonna be seeing a engaged just yet. Everyone's kind of playing it safe. We have about a minute to go before the next Lord will be spawning. Kanjiteru is just trying to hold the lines. Ooh, we're seeing a dive once again. Sparrow is getting attacked by Death L. Once again, this is a Hanzo. Not too much trouble. Not too worried. Just a little too much. Death is still quite safe up top on the jungle. But yeah, there's a contest a bit on the red buff. I don't know who quite got it. I think Shooting Blanks still managed to get that red buff. But yeah, there's a lot of pushing on the minions for the top lane. But speaking of pushing, Death L jumping in once again. Won't be getting any kills for now. 5-man defense on the mid lane. All the while, Isaac Foster up at the XP lane trying to clear things out. But then, yeah, just pokes here and there. A couple of seconds left to go before that Lord comes in. Potential 4 versus 4 on the jungle. Okay, we're not seeing a contest, rather a commitment. And looks like our Lord will be spawned in a couple of seconds. And already Elpida Esports has this in the bag. They've already positioned in. I don't think Kanjiteru will be going for that contest. I don't know. Farsham might be able to get this, but they might risk losing their lives. And look at that. Elpida Esports gets the next Lord uncontested. Kanjiteru, they can't afford to lose any players right now. They have to defend their base, and all of a sudden, Elpida Esports turned the tides around. We had Kanjiteru on the early game advantage, but Elpida Esports, once they got all of their items, all of a sudden, just everything falls into 5 versus 5. Death L once again and diving in, but not too much consequence. Just trying to see if they can get any picks. But yeah, the Lord is slowly marching forward, and Elpida Esports is keeping that pressure on to both the bottom lane and the mid lane. And it looks like Kami will be getting that tower. I'm kind of just waiting. Okay, almost breaching the base for the side of Kanjiteru, and looks like that Lord will be taking a lot of help from that tower, and Elpida Esports uses this to their advantage. They're diving in. They should lock in on the base. Come on, but no, they're not focusing on the base. The Lord will be falling. Animation gets a kill. That's a double kill. Sparrow gets one. Oh, they're gonna get wiped out. What's happening? Isaac Foster's getting chased down right now. Oh my gosh. I think they'll be fine. There's 3 casualties on the side of Elpida Esports. Oh my gosh, Isaac Foster is in a bit of trouble. That killing spree from Farsa, absolutely insane. And now Death L is all that's left. They need to get away from this animation. Oh no! Oh my gosh, this is a wipeout. Guys, this is a wipeout. Elpida Esports, they attempted that base dive. They should have just tower locked on that base. They could have had it, and now SLFO Kanjiteru, they have the chance to push back all the minions and get all that map control. But still, Elpida Esports has a little bit of margin of error. They still have their mid turrets on all lanes, so they can still play around just a little bit, but they should not afford any more mistakes. Absolutely not. And so that's it's another chance. It's a good thing Elpida Esports did not miss the next Lord. But right now, none of these teams can afford to lose any players. We have 15 seconds left to go before the Lord. Just a poke here and there, but no full commitment. and the minions have been pushed back on both sides. Couple of seconds left to go. The Lord's gonna be spawning, and Elpida Esports already positioning themselves in. Shooting blanks, the only one nearby from Kanjiteru's side. But animation's gonna be swooping in quite close. We're seeing a very obvious contest over here. Kami trying to get some damage in, but the Lord's just poking here and there. It's just a Lord dance right now, and we're trying to see if we can get a pick up. Shooting blacks should not die here, especially their jungler. But over here, Omega quite low on health, and that is a it was a attempt chase from Sparrow over there, but we have a trade-off. Sparrow falls, as well as Isaac Foster. Omega's quite low on health, but shooting blanks has the immortality, but I don't think that's gonna be saving them for long. The Lord is not even being taken right now, but I think Elpida Esports, with the numbers advantage, they're gonna go ahead and get that Lord for themselves, especially since shooting blanks is down and Death is still alive. They can easily get that retribution on that Lord, and now it's SLFO Kanjiteru once again on the defense. Elpida Esports, they cannot mess this next thing up. I mean, I don't know, they tried to get that tower dive, that base dive. I mean, the Lord was already right there. They could have gotten like at least one person hitting that base. Not even a single person hit that base. But right now, it's a new round of Lords, and everyone's kind of like biding their time. Look at that at the mid lane, just kind of not giving away a lot of information as to where they are. Okay, they're marching on to the mid lane, probably trying to get a little bit of a pick off first. Okay, they're using this surprise to the mid lane. They take down the inhibitor turret, and it looks like we're seeing a little bit of a more safe approach from Elpida Esports. That is trying, almost gets a shooting blanks. However, it won't be a successful hit, but the Lord is quite low in health. Finally, they're hitting the tower. They just need a little bit more. Finally, Elpida Esports. That is 8-0 on the best of 3. They will be moving on to the semi-finals. Oh my gosh, that game could have ended 3 minutes earlier, but I don't know. I'll take this victory as it is. Guys, if you were here during the early game, SLFO Kanjiteru almost had it. They had twice more kills than Elpida Esports. All of a sudden, Elpida Esports, they were on the aggressive despite the snowball coming in from Kanjiteru. And so, I don't know what happened. The tables turned. Elpida Esports, all of a sudden, they had the map control, they had the aggression, and then all of a sudden, they had the items, they had the damage. And now, they have the victory. They'll be moving on to the semifinals. But yeah, I mean, congratulations once again. It's a 19-minute game as opposed to the 10-minute game a while ago. Oh my goodness. But some really nice shout out to animation with that farce execution, but also out of a skitty with the 12-1 to 9 KDA. It's very good, but it's just unfortunate Kanjiteru is defeated right now. But on the other hand, look at the KDAs for Elpida Esports. You wouldn't expect this team to win with 1-6 to 11, 1-4 to 10, 1-6 to 7 on the KDA. They still won, and that's what's important right now. They won the game, and I'm just gonna say, SLFO Kanjiteru, they played it so safe for the whole game, but they still managed to get a lot of kills. But that's not what the game's about. That's not what Mobile Legends is about. It's about hitting that base. It's about getting those towers. And, well, our MVP will be Death FTL. Guys, you saw Forces at KDA a while ago. And you can see Death's KDA right now, 6-4-7 and 673 GPM. And Death L, I don't think they got any turtles either, but they got they got 2 lords. And well, once again, no, I digress. We'll be going on to the bracket. We're finally done with the first series for our quarterfinals. Next up will be SLFO pilots versus Vigani. And personally, Vigani is a new name to me, so I'm really excited to see what Vigani has to bring to the table on our Ooredoo Nation's Esports Contender Series. Season 2, by the way, guys, is Season 2. So before that happens, before we move on to our next series, we'll be going on to a short break. So we'll be seeing you in a few minutes, so don't go anywhere.
ಏದೋ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ನೆಟ್ ಎದು ಸ್ಮಿಯಂ ಐ ಲಿವೆ ಲಿವೆ
ಫೋನುಗ ವಿಬುಳಿ ಹಯಾತಾನ ಟುಂಗುಳಿಲನಿ ತಕುಮ್ಮಿಸಕಿ ಮೇಜುಗ ಎಫಶಿ ಗೇಮುಗ ಕುಳುನು ಸ್ಪೀಡುಗ ಎ ಪಬ್ಜಿ ಗಂಡ
ಸ್ನೈಪ್ ಕೋರೆ ऐसा का मीम तका ए फुरी फीडुगा ए टेकु टोकु फुरा ए फिट चेकु तका वे ओजी फशा ए साली ट्रेंड का ए की वजिदुवा
Furusato liberne technology libe kuri eroma eko haru fatuga tibe hus bagata wagutung ufala libe huwa fentak fuga veche libe fa
ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬೋಡು 5G ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್
Bebe, bebe, क्या हो रखा? Bebe, मी क्या हो रखा?
ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಲೊಮ್ಮೆ ಒಂದಗೂ ಕಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಲಂಬೇಣೊಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಕುರಿಯರುಮೆಂಗ್ ಅವಹ ಬೇಣುಂದೋ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಹಯಾತುಗ ಅವಹ ಕುರಿಯರುಂಗ್ ಹೋದಾಲಂ ಬೇಣುಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಮಡುಕುರುಮ್ಮಿ ವರ ವ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಸತೇಕ ಗುಣ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ತಜುರ್ಬಾ ಕೊಲ್ಲುಮ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ
ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಇತುರು ಹರಫತಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಸಳಿ ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಉರಿದು
ಜಾಣುತ್ತ ಏಕೆ ಹ್ಯಾರಾಕಿತ ಏಕೆ ಹತಿಯಾರುತ್ತದೆ ಏಕೆ ಹಮಲಾದಿ ಫುರುಡಿ ಲಾಫಾದುವ ಗ್ಯಾಗಾದನ ತರು ಬ್ಯಾಬಾಕುರ ಫುಮ್ಮಾದ ಬ್ಯಾಕುಡಾಗಾದುರ ಮುಜಿಯಾರು ಕಮುಗಲೂಡು ವ್ಯಾಲಾಫುರ ಕಾಕಬ್ಬಾರದ್ದುತ ವೇಣಿ ಹಂಗುಡಾಮತ ಕಫಸ್ಕಿಚ್ಚ ವೇಣಿ ರೈವಲ್ ಸಫೈ ಪುರ ವೇಣಿ ದಿವ ಇಕ್ಕೊ ಟೀಮ್ ಕಿಂಗ್ ಕುಡೆ ವೇಣಿ ಹಿಂಗಾಬದಂ ಕಾಕು ಹಿಗೇಮಿ ಕಾಕತ್ತುರೆ ಕಾಕು ಹಿಬೇಡಿ ಕಾಕಬ್ಬಾ ಏ ಹುರ ವೇಣಿ ಫಹುಮಿ ಹೆಕ ಕಿಕ್ಕುರೆ ವೇಣಿ ದೀವುವಾಣಿ ಮೀ ಮಗೆ ಮಹಲ್ ಮಗೆ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮೀ ಮಗೆ ವತನ್
Welcome to Ooredoo Nation.
ಕಿಯಾ ಬಲ ಕಿಯಾನೆ ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಕುಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಕುಳು ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಕ್ಕಿಯಾದ ಕರ್ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ನೋ 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 ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಕುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್
ಕರ್ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಕುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್ ಇದು ಸ್ಮಿಯಂ ಐ ಲಿವೆ ಲಿವೆ
ಫೋನುಗ ವಿಮುಳಿ ಹಯಾತಾನ ಟುಂಗುಳಿಲನೀತ ಕುಮ್ಮಿಸಕಿ ಮೇಜುಗ ಎಫೆಶ್ ಗೇಮುಗ ಕುಳುರು ಸ್ಪೀಡುಗ ಎ ಪಬ್ಜಿ ಗಣ
ಸ್ನೆಪ್ ಕುರೆ ಎಸಕ ಮೀಮ್ ತಕ ಎ ಫುರಿ ಫೀಡುಗ ಎ ಟೆಕು ಟೊಕು ಫುರ ಎ ಫಿಟು ಚೆಕು ತಕ ವೆ ಓಜಿ ಫಶ ಎ ಸಳಿ ಟ್ರೆಂಡಕ ಎ ಕಿ ಬಜಿದುವಾ
Furusan liberdade, technology, libe kuri eruma, eko haru fatuga, libe hos baguta, bagutung ufala, libe huwa fentak, fuga veche, libe fa.
ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬೋಡು 5G ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್
Bebe, bebe, क्या हो रखा? Bebe, मी क्या हो रखा?
ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಲೊಮ್ಮೆ ಉಂದಗೂ ಕಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಲೊಮ್ಮೆಣೊಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಕುರಿಯರು ಮೆಂಗ್ ಅವಹ ಬೇಣುಂದೋ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಹಯಾತುಗ ಅವಹ ಕುರಿಯರು ಹೋದಾಲಂ ಬೇಣುಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಮಡುಕುರು ಮೀ ವರ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಸತೇಕ ಗುಣ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ತಜುರ್ಬಾ ಕೊಲ್ದುಮ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ
ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಇತುರು ಹರಫತಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಸಳಿ ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಉರಿದು
ಜಾಣುತ್ತ ಏಕೆ ಹ್ಯಾರಾಕಿತ ಏಕೆ ಹತಿಯಾರುತ್ತ ಏಕೆ ಹಮಲಾದಿ ಫುರುಡಿ ಲಾಫಾದುವ ಗ್ಯಾಗಾದಾನ ತರು ಬ್ಯಾಬಾಕುರ ಫುಮ್ಮಾದ ಬ್ಯಾಕುಡಾಗಾದುರ ಮುಜಿಯಾರು ಕಮುಕುದುಡು ವ್ಯಾಲಾಫುರ ಕಾಕಬ್ಬಾರದ್ದು ವೇಣಿ ಹಂಗುಡಾಮತ ಕಫಸ್ಕಿಚ್ಚು ವೇಣಿ ರೈವಲ್ ಸಫೈ ಪುರವೇಣಿ ಡಿವೈ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಂ ಕಿಂಗುಡೆ ವೇಣಿ ಹಿಂಗಾಬದಂ ಕಾಕು ಹಿಗೇನಿ ಕಾಕತ್ತುರೆ ಕಾಕು ಹಿಬೇಡಿ ಕಾಕಬ್ಬ ಏ ಹುರವೇಣಿ ಫಹುಮಿ ಹೆಕ ಕಿಕ್ಕುರೆ ವೇಣಿ ದೀಬುವಾಣಿ ಮೀ ಮಗೆ ಮಹಲ್ ಮಗೆ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮೀ ಮಗೆ ವತನ್
Welcome to Ooredoo Nation.
ಕಿಯಾ ಬಲ ಕಿಯಾಣೆ ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಕುಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಕುಳು ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಕ್ಕಿಯಾಲ ಕರ್ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ನೋ 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 ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಕುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್
ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಕುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್ ಇದು ಸ್ಮಿಯಂ ಐ ಲಿವೆ ಲಿವೆ
ಫೋನುಗ ವಿಬುಳಿ ಹಯಾತಾನ ಟುಂಗುಳಿಲನೀತ ಕುಮ್ಮಿಸಕಿ ಮೇಜುಗ ಎಫೆಶಿ ಗೇಮುಗ ಕುಳುರು ಸ್ಪೀಡುಗ ಎ ಪಬ್ಜಿ ಗಂಡ
ಸ್ನೆಪ್ ಕುರೆ ಎಸಕ ಮೀಮ್ ತಕ ಎ ಫುರಿ ಫೀಡುಗ ಎ ಟೆಕು ಟೊಕು ಫುರ ಎ ಫಿಟು ಚೆಕು ತಕ ವೆ ಓಜಿ ಫಶ ಎ ಸಳಿ ಟ್ರೆಂಡಕ ಎ ಕಿ ಬಜಿದುವಾ
Furusato libuni technology libi kuri eruma eko haru fatuga tibe hus bagata wagutung ufala libi huwa fentak kuga vecce libi fa
ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬೋಡು 5G ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್
Bebe, bebe, क्या हो रखा? Bebe, मी क्या हो रखा?
ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಲೊಮ್ಮೆ ಒಂದಗೂ ಕಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಲಂಬೇಣೊಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಕುರಿಯರುಮೆಂಗ್ ಅವಹ ಬೇಣುಂದೋ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಹಯಾತುಗ ಅವಹ ಕುರಿಯರುಂಗ್ ಹೋದಾಲಂ ಬೇಣುಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಮಡುಕುರುಮ್ಮಿ ವರ ವ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಸತೇಕ ಗುಣ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ತಜುರ್ಬಾ ಕೊಲ್ಲುಮ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ
ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಇತುರು ಹರಫತಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಸ್ಥಳಿ ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಉರಿದು
ಜಾಣುತ್ತ ಏಕೆ ಹ್ಯಾರಾಕಿತ ಏಕೆ ಹತಿಯಾರುತ್ತದೆ ಏಕೆ ಹಮಲಾದಿ ಫುರುಡಿ ಲಾಫಾದುವ ಗ್ಯಾಗಾದಾನ ತರು ಬ್ಯಾಬಾಕುರ ಫುಮ್ಮಾದ ಬ್ಯಾಕುಡಾಗಾದುರ ಮುಜಿಯಾರು ಕಮುಗಲೂಡು ವ್ಯಾಲಾಫುರ ಕಾಕಬ್ಬಾರದ್ದುತ ವೇಣಿ ಹಂಗುಡಾಮತ ಕಫಸ್ಕಿಚ್ಚ ವೇಣಿ ರೈವರ್ ಸಫೈ ಪುರ ವೇಣಿ ದಿವ ಇಕ್ಕೊ ಟೀಮ್ ಕಿಂಗ್ ಕುಡೆ ವೇಣಿ ಹಿಂಗಾಬದಂ ಕಾಕು ಹಿಗೇಮಿ ಕಾಕತ್ತುರೆ ಕಾಕು ಹಿಬೇಡಿ ಕಾಕಬ್ಬಾ ಏ ಹುರ ವೇಣಿ ಫಹುಮಿ ಹೆಕ ಕಿಕ್ಕುರೆ ವೇಣಿ ದೀವಾಣಿ ಮೀ ಮಗೆ ಮಹಲ್ ಮಗೆ ರಾಜ್ಯ ಮೀ ಮಗೆ ವತನ್
Welcome to Ooredoo Nation.
ಕಿಯಾ ಬಲ ಕಿಯಾನೆ ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಕುಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಕುಳು ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಕ್ಕಿಯಾಲ ಕರ್ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ನೋ 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 ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಕುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್
ಕರ್ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಕುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್ ಇದು ಸ್ಮಿಯಂ ಐ ಲಿವೆ ಲಿವೆ
ಫೋನುಗ ವಿಬುಳಿ ಹಯಾತ ನಟುಂಗುಳಿಲನೀತ ಕುಮ್ಮಿಸಕಿ ಮೇಜುಗ ಎಫೆಶಿ ಗೇಮುಗ ಕುಡುರು ಸ್ಪೀಡುಗ ಎ ಪಬ್ಜಿಗಣ
ಸ್ನೈಪ್ ಕೋರೆ ऐसा का मीम तका ए फुरी फीडुगा ए टेकु टोकु फुरा ए फिटु चेकु तका वे ओजी फशा ए साली ट्रेंडका ए की बजिदुवा
Furusato liberdade, technology, libe kuri eruma, eko haru fatuga, tibe hus baguta, wagutung ufala, libe huwa fenta, kuga veche, libe fa.
ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬೋಡು 5G ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್
Bebe, bebe, क्या हो रखा? Bebe, मी क्या हो रखा?
ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಲೊಮ್ಮೆ ಒಂದಗೂ ಕಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಲೊಮ್ಮೆ ನೊಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಕುರಿಯರುಮೆಂಗ್ ಅವಹ ಬೇಣುಂದೋ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಹಯಾತುಗ ಅವಹ ಕುರಿಯರುಂ ಹೋದಾಲಂ ಬೇಣುಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಮಡುಕುರುಮ್ಮಿ ವರ ವ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ
Oh, you're finally back. What is that name? Okay, yeah. Once again, this is Ooredoo Nation Gamers Land Esports Contender Series Season 2. Do not be fooled by the graphics. Once again, I am your shoutcaster, Annie, and together with me is Annie, the scientist. It should be the other way around because this girl is like wearing a suit. But then yeah, never mind. I'm just gonna say yes, that was a pretty long break, but you saw the graphics a while ago. It changed just a bit. It is because SLFO pilots forfeited in the first match, and so with that, Vigani will be getting their first point. So now Vigani is on a match point. So once again, guys, we'll be moving on to our next series, our second series for this quarterfinals. This is gonna be between SLFO pilots and Vigani. So just a little bit of a problem in the back end, but right now Vigani does have a match point. They already have 1 point for this best of three. So right, first pick should be pilots. And they already banned the Suzuran just like that. And Vigani will be answering back with a ban for themselves. They got, what is it, that picture? What are you doing, Sam? Oh my gosh. I'm taking a picture of this. This is kind of funny, but then yeah. um, yes, first ban will be going to SLFO pilots, and just keep watching, guys, because I will take a picture just so I can post it because it's kind of funny. Okay, let me just, guys, I'm live. But then yeah, still no ban. Okay, okay. Vigani will be banning the Angela after me stalling with nonsense. Okay, there we go. Lucian and the Angela bans for our first two bans for the game. And as a lawful pilots, I don't know if Vigani has played against pilots before, but these are pretty standard bans. You know, we have the Jushin and the Angela, and so you know what? Let's just leave them be. It's taking quite a while to ban, so let's just be a little bit more patient. Okay, a couple of seconds left to go. And we have the Alice ban. Okay. So Alice has been recently revamped. And Alice back then rather is very, very sturdy. So much sustain and so much damage. And right now, they just revamped her just a little bit more, and now she's even more of a menace. So you know what? I don't know. I kind of agree with the ban, but then like it also depends on the execution of the Alice if ever that happens. So if pilots knows how to counter that Alice, especially with items, then they don't have to worry too much. But it's a good ban. It's a good ban, and Vigani will be taking the Bane out of the picture as well. So we're down to our last two bans for the first phase. So with that kind of waiting it out, looks like we'll see a Lapu Lapu ban. So we did see Lapu Lapu in the previous game. So I mean the Lapu Lapu was pretty good, but pretty daunting in the XP lane. Lots of sustain as well, lots of CC. So you know what? I'm very interesting ban. But now Vigani will be going on to our next ban. So right now the bans are pretty typical. So once again, I said a while ago that I'm not sure how Vigani will be playing. I don't know if I've seen Vigani before, but SLFO pilots, I think I've seen them in two or three different tournaments already. But yeah, the Bane ban, of course, Bane is just an absolute monster with pushing. But yeah, we will be seeing a CC ban. Okay, we are moving on to the picks now. SLFO pilots has first pick. Oh my gosh, what a funny name. Where's my yogurt? Guys, my gecko will say hi. Can you hear? Is my gecko. But yeah, we'll be waiting on our first hero pick really, really soon. And I don't know, the Jushin's off the table. So they could go ahead and pick maybe an Arlot or a Nathan. I don't know, there's a lot of um usual bands that are still open on the table, and pilots is kind of taking their time on this, so it's kind of just wait for their decision really, really cozy. Okay, we're seeing an Amon pick, first pick for them, and now Vigani will be answering back with two picks of their own. So yeah, Amon was on the table. And right now, Vigani, I don't know, they could get a Carmilla, I guess, or like a Farsa once again, or it just depends on what Vigani's comfort picks are because that's what's important. And now Vigani only needs one more victory in order to get that in the bag. But yeah, um I can see a lot of Vigani supporters on the chat, by the way. Thank you so much for tuning in. And it looks like we'll be seeing our Bagsha pick in the Minzitar as well for Vigani. So you have a jungler and we have an XP lane as well. So I think you can put either on XP or jungle. So it's a little bit of a mind games as of the moment. But pilots, they'll be getting explored for themselves. So both XP lanes are off the table as of the moment. But pilots does have a player without a name, so pretty invisible player over here. Let's just see what their next pick is gonna look like. I mean, they could get a roamer, I suppose. Okay, we're seeing a Lunox. I don't see Lunox too often in competitive. So this is gonna be interesting. We have Linux on the mid lane, but I've seen Linux sometimes on like jungle. So I don't know. That was like years ago though, and like we accidentally picked no jungler and double mage, so they just put Lunox on the jungle. I don't know if we can still do it, but then okay, Mongrel, is this Layla? Did they change Layla's picture? I'm not sure, but it looks like Layla. Okay, let me just check really quickly who that hero is. Let me just check, guys. I'm cheating right now. Okay, okay. We are gonna be going for Control F. I don't know if this is Layla. Who is that? It looks like Layla though. But then yeah, nonetheless, looks like we'll be having our first lineup right now. And we'll be going on to even more bands. So our first band for Vigani for our second phase will be the Grok. Alright. And let's see what they answer back with on the side of pilots. And not yet searching in their time. What? I can't see anything. Who is that? I don't know who the next band is. I can't even see the face. But then yeah, pilots they'll be banning someone. I'm not sure who that is. There's an X on their face. You know what? We'll find out soon. We'll find out who that is. Really soon. And with that, can I be a little bit more patient as of the moment? And okay, we're gonna be seeing our next phase of the ban really soon. It's once again on the side of Vigani. Just kind of wait on that. Okay. Okay, we're seeing a Natan ban. All right, and then now going back to SLFO pilots. Let's just see what their next pick is gonna look like. Hmm. Okay. They're still choosing, and then they're gonna take a while. So let me just check if that's really Layla. It looks like Layla, but it looks different. Can't find. Let me reverse search this or something. I don't know. Oh, okay. Let me just wait, guys. Let me just print screen like an old person. All right, so we have our next band, and I cannot see who that is either. Oh, who is that? Does it look like a Minotaur? I'm not sure. Oh my gosh, I'm having quite a hard time actually. But yeah, let's just look at the pics because that's what's important right now. Okay, I'm still waiting on to their pics. And okay, wait a minute. Mongrel is using Kimmy. I'm so sorry. I had to reverse search that. I was like, it looks like Layla, but it is slightly different gender. Okay, that's Kimmy, guys. I'm so sorry. I don't know if you guys figured that out before me. There's a little bit of a stream delay, so if you figured it out before me, I'm so sorry. But yeah, that's Kimmy on the side of Vigani. And then they'll be using the Yuzhong for their second phase of the picking. And then let's just see what the answer of SLFO pilots is gonna look like later on. So we have the Badang. They still need a they still need a marksman. So where's my yogurt has to get a carry. So it's either a Harith or some other carry or a marksman. Good choice, maybe a Granger or even a Leslie. Okay. No marksman. Okay. No marksman. We have the new mage, Zitian, on the side of SLFO pilots. So kind of nervous considering the fact that pilots already lost. They already forfeited one game, and they don't have on marksman. So kind of worried just a bit, but just the fact that they have two mages already. So you know what? Let's just watch out for them. I don't know where to put Lunox. I don't know where to put Zitian. One of them has to be in mid lane. One of them will be pushed back to XP maybe. But we already have the Badang and the Xborg. I'm not even sure who's gonna be the roamer. Okay, Badang might be the roamer. Okay. You know what? I'm not sure. Let's just see what the lineup's gonna look like later on. But yeah, Vigani will be choosing the Eason Shin and the Kimi as well. So pretty well rounded for Vigani. Not gonna lie. Okay, and we'll be going on to our game really soon. So once again, guys, this is SLFO pilots versus Vigani, and Vigani already has 1 point because of a forfeit from SLFO pilots during that really long break where the timer just kept changing. But yeah, guys, Amon, Lunox, Badang, Zitian, and Xborg on the side of SLFO pilots versus Vigani with the Isan Shin, with the Kimi, with the Yuzhong, with the Mincy Flower, and the Baksha for their side. This is gonna be fun, guys. Especially with pilots. I'm not sure what they're gonna do with this lineup with the double mage, the double XP laner. I think Badang could go ahead and get the Rom. I'm sure Amon will be the jungler. XP lane, most likely X board. So this just leaves the mage and the carry. So I think Lunox could do well as a carry as well. But just checking the map, yep, we see it's Etienne on the mid lane. So that just means it should be Lunox that's on the gold lane. That's exactly what we're seeing. Mincetar is actually gonna be in the gold lane as well. So pretty non-standard picks coming in from the teams. So the gold laners are definitely not our usual gold laners, but you know what? They're just in equal footing right now. Let's just see. A little bit nervous for their lineups on both sides, but that just makes things more interesting. We might be seeing early game snowballs because this definitely, I don't know, with the late game. But yeah, Kimmy, it looks like Kimmy will not be taking the gold lane, and Kimmy will be taking the mid lane instead. And looks like Nano's a bit in trouble. Diablo's quite low on health. Diablo needs to run away really quickly, but not going to be committing to that engagement. Possible 3 versus 2. Nobody's just spraying on really quickly. And some pokes coming in from X-Board, but no commitment once again. Oh, nobody's quite low on health. Diablo tries to chase. We might be getting picked off, and well, that's the first blood. Kimi getting that first kill. 0-1 on the scoreboard. Vigani already off to a good start, not just for the series, but also for this second game. 5 seconds left to go before that turtle spawns. Alright, let's just keep waiting. Just a little bit more. And, well, it's a bit quiet. Okay, never mind. Nano's low on health. What is that emoji? That disrespect. All right, but 1-2 on the scoreboard is just a little bit of a trade on both sides. Rai is getting harassed. Oh my gosh, that damage! That's amazing. But immediately Vigani goes in for the revenge kill, and it looks like Amon will be falling. And I think there's another one. Diablo's quite low on health, but they will be diving onto the turret. Let's see if Diablo will get away from our Kimmy, but looks like that's exactly what's gonna happen. The turtle's still up for grabs, by the way. Just checking where in the world are the junglers. Diablo falls 2-4 on the scoreboard. Turtle? Question mark. Isanchit's coming in. Gonna see if they can go ahead and get that turtle, but nobody getting that sky piercer. And with the 2 kills already, it's already off to a good start. Right, gets that turtle, and that's a good start as well for Vigani. Already trying to get this snowball on the way, but Pilots does get the Minzutar on the gold lane. Alright, there's a stun a bit in Nanu's side, and nobody is just trying to poke a little bit. Right, jumps in as well. Looks like SLFO might be trying to poke their way into Vigani's oh my gosh, into Vigani's jungle, but the export will be saying goodbye. Not a good look. And Nano might be going on to chase, but Boxy is pretty sturdy. Not too much to worry about, but Lunox might be in trouble. There's a 2, maybe a 4 versus 1. Oh, but they managed to get away. I don't know if they still have their ultimate in, but they definitely need to go ahead and escape from this. Bit of pokes here and there, no commitment yet. And they're backing away. It's way too deep into Pilot's territory for Vigani to go ahead and try to be a little bit too much. But, okay. We'll be pausing for a bit. Let's just see what's happening. Maybe there's... Alright. I'm trying to see if we can get some information as to what happened. But yeah, we have a bit of a pause. So let's just see if we can resolve that really, really quickly. I don't know if there's an issue with either of the teams. I mean, it seems to be a slow game, but Vigani definitely a little bit more aggressive on their part. But let me just go ahead and check on if I have any information right now. But then yeah, ooh, actually I got some information for the tournament itself, but not at what's happening. Let's just keep on waiting for Vigani and Pilots to kind of like resolve this just a little bit. But yeah, once again, guys, this is the Contender Series, and I don't know if you guys saw the PUBG Contender Series. We also have one of those for Ooredoo Nation. But so basically, what happens there is that there will be multiple seasons, and we'll be getting a certain cluster of teams from each season, and they will be going up against each other live on site after a couple of years. I think 2 years. I think that's what the Contender Series is all about. So this one for MLBB, this is our second Contender Series. There will be 4 seasons that will be hosted. This is season 2 right now. 2 seasons will be this year, and 2 seasons will be next year, just like the PUBG Contender Series. And 4 teams for MLBB. 4 teams from each season will be selected for the Ultimate Gaming Festival 2027, and it is the biggest esports festival in the Maldives. So PUBG, MLBB, and EA FC, I think this is FIFA, will be hosted. So we have 3 games for Esports Contender Series for Ooredoo Nation, and the prize pool for the main event will be announced next year. It's bigger than this year, which is 240k MBR. So that's pretty insane. Let me just wait a minute. I'm not from the Maldives, so let me just go ahead and convert that. I'm so I am so curious. MBR to US dollars. Wait a minute. Okay. We have 240,000. That is 15,676 US dollars. That's crazy. That's actually crazy, man. I mean, what is that in like Philippine peso? But that's crazy. But then, yeah, once again, the contender series. So basically, what I said a while ago for this season number 2, we'll be getting 4 teams, and those 4 teams will be participating in the Ultimate Gaming Festival later on. And I mean, I just said the prize pool for that UGF 2027 will be 240k MVR. That's absolutely crazy. But in regards to the series right now between Pilots and Vigani, I'm not getting any news right now from the back end, but I will be poking at them just a little bit. Hi guys, what's up? But then yeah, I'm just asking the backend for Bison. Okay. Okay. It looks like we will be starting now. There's a team that requested a pause, but right now we'll be going back really, really soon. And I kind of forgot what happened already, but Amon's getting chased down. That Yuzhong is giving all that CC in the bag, and Amon will be falling just like that. 7 kills already on the side of Vigani, so really off to a good start. And nobody already built that Sky Piercer at 2 kills. So now at 400 KDA, nobody's damage is just absolutely insane at this point. And okay, Diablo's going to be going ahead and trying to defend this top lane. And actually following suit is the rest of Pilots going into the top lane. But Turtle will be spawning a couple of seconds. I think there's a problem with Xborg. They're AFK, I believe that's why they asked for the pause. But I don't know if we'll be doing something about that in the back end, but yeah, nobody will be getting that mid lane turrets, and looks like Vigani will be going for that turtle really, really quickly. Basically, this game is kind of a 4 versus 5 right now, really. Is getting that turtle uncontested, and right now map control goes on to Vigani, so this might be a pretty fast game. Okay, we might be seeing a contest for that red buff, but in terms of casualties, we might be seeing one really, really soon with the crowd control coming in from the Pilots. Oh my gosh, Jutsien's CC is absolutely crazy, and with that, there's one down still on Pilots, unfortunately. But looks like Rye will be losing their lives, so it's a 1-for-1 trade. Amon gets that kill. SLFO's trying to get away. Amon's trying to get away and manages to do so. 4-8 on the scoreboard. 3 versus 4, 3 versus 5 as of the moment. With a little bit of a respawn coming in from our very beloved Amon. We're like a minute into the next turtle, but Nanu will be going for the 3 versus 1, and they immediately back off knowing that they don't have the damage to go up against Nanu, and there's so much time for the Kimi to go ahead and go give the rotation. Okay, Amon might be stalking that Yuzhong right now, but they'll be backing away. Badang might not be in a very good spot, but that's Tian right behind him. 4 versus 3 potentially. We're seeing Nanu attempting that dive, but it looks like Pilots won't be biting that hook just yet. Well, I guess we're back to watching the turtle right now. Half a minute left to go. And mid lane's just a lot of people in mid lane as of the moment. I'm just waiting for bits. Pilots has a bit of a disadvantage in terms of numbers right now. And Turtle gonna be spawning in 10 seconds. Map control mostly on the side of Vigani. There's a lot of towers fallen on Pilot's side of the map. And now Vigani is talking about the area where the turtle is gonna be, and looks like this might be uncontested once again. Pilots way too far from the turtle. They are on the mid lane trying their best to defend as much as possible. Might be a engagement really, really soon, and look at that, CC on Diablo did not stand a chance. And the Lord is gonna be spawning really soon. It's gonna be 2 minutes, more or less. So we're 8 minutes into the game. That turtle was down, so we're not gonna be seeing a Lord very, very soon. So Looks like Vigani might be pushing onto mid really fast, and Pilots are just trying to play safe as much as possible. They're pushing the turrets, they're pushing mid. Okay, Lunox might be in trouble, they got spotted, uses the ult, manages to get away. Diablo going in for the save. 3 versus 2 towards the top lane inhibitor, and there's one down. It's Lunox will be losing their lives. Oh my days. I mean, Pilots, they already have a disadvantage, and it's taking a toll on their team right now. But well, it is what it is. They needed their 5 players in, and well, it's just quite unfortunate. But yeah, Vigani's doing really well right now. I'm really excited to see Vigani moving on to the semifinals, because I think this is gonna be Vigani in the bag, unless Pilots manages to get a bit of an advantage all of a sudden with a really good wipeout. There's still a chance. But yeah, half a minute left to go before that Lord will spawn, compounding into the red buff of Pilots. Okay, but putting that wall up just a bit. It's not gonna stop Vigani from trying to go on the aggressive. And you can see Pilots is just trying to hold their base for as long as possible. Maybe try to get some items in. Okay, we have Emon falling down. Now there's a 3 versus 5. Alright, just pushing in to the mid lane. That's a lot of pressure. There's a lot of map control on the favor of Vigani. And Pilots is just trying their best to hold their base. But yeah, I mean, this is gonna be an easy Lord. It's absolutely uncontested. And Pilots just trying to defend bottom lane right now. And it's our Nuzong nearby Baksha as well on the red buff. Minions coming in on the mid lane. And Amon has respawned. A bit squishy, so it's gonna be a hard time, especially with the Lunox on and the Tian already in. So that is just a matter of time. We're 10 minutes into the game. The Lord is marching on the mid. And of course, Yujong is just waiting in order to go ahead and push those minions back to the bottom lane. But right now, Pilots will be prioritizing on that Lord. And Neymon trying to go into the bottom lane as well. Looks like Lu Zhang will be diving into the base. Manages to get away with that. Diablo falls. Now it's 3 people, 2 people left on Pilots. And Vigani has stormed the base to get Amon as well. Now it's Tian. I think they have this in the bag. And Vigani will be moving on to the semi-finals. I fumbled that up, but yeah. Okay. In Pilots, I think we all know what went wrong in that game. I think there are technicalities that happened, but yeah, congratulations still to Vigani. I mean, it was a clean execution on their lineup nonetheless, but it's just that we didn't see Pilots on their full strength. You know, it would have been a sweeter victory for Vigani if ever we saw Pilots, you know, maybe less tech issues and stuff. But then, yeah, it is what it is. SLFO Pilots will unfortunately be seeing the end of this tournament. I mean, we have 4 seasons for our Esports Contender Series, so we might be seeing Pilots once again later on. But yeah, this is the post game 11 minutes victory for Vigani. I mean, I don't know. Pilots couldn't quite stand a chance, but that Emon took a lot of kills for their side, so they could have gotten a lot if they just had the support of their Xborg. But unfortunately, for reasons that we can't quite control, we're not going to be seeing Pilots in their full power. But Vigani, however, we'll be seeing a lot more of Vigani later on. That Sky Piercer on the Kimi is just doing its job. I mean, it was built at 2 kills and now they got 9, so that's 7 stacks on that Sky Piercer. Is absolutely insane. And with that, Nanu's actually going to be the MVP. I mean, they're the roamer. 1-1-9 on the KDA. So the fact that this roamer only died once, it's absolutely insane. So GPM of 589 and TP percent of 67. So congratulations once again to Vigani and Nanu as well for getting the MVP of this game. So well, that was series number two. Ended way too fast, and it looks like Elpida Esports and SLFO Pilots will be our first series for the semifinals. And this time we'll be seeing which teams will be fighting up against each other on the second series of the semifinals. But this time it'll be first MVL Esports versus Espada Esports on our third series for this quarterfinals. And I mean, personally, I don't know if I've seen MVL or Espada go play in our tournaments before, but I think Espada might be a little bit familiar. But then, yeah, once again, that was the conclusion of our first two series. Series number three is going to be coming up, but before that happens, once again, we will be going on to a short break. So, for those of you tuning in, thank you so much, but don't go anywhere. We'll be seeing you in a few minutes.
සතේක ගුණ ස්පීඩ් තජරුබා කොල්ලොම උරීදූගේ 5G ජස්සාලා.
ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಇತುರು ಹರಫತಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆಸಳಿ ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಉರಿದು
جانو تا ایک ہے راکی تا ایک ہتھیار اتر کے حملہ دی فرڈ لافا دوا کیا گادا نہ تروں بابا کورا فما دا باکو دا گادورا مجھے یارو کم کو دو والا فورا کا کبارا تو تفینی ہکو دا مت کا فس کی چہنی وہی ورسا فائٹ پر وینی دی فائٹ کو ٹیم کنگ کو وینی گا بدن کا کو گیمی کا کتورے کا کو بیڈی کا کپا اے ہر وینی فہمی ہے کا کو وینی دی وان می مگے محل مگے راج می مگے متل
Welcome to Ooredoo Nation.
ಕಿಯಾ ಬಲ ಕಿಯಾನೆ ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಕುಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಕುಳು ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಕ್ಕಿಯಾಲ ಕರ್ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ನೋ 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 ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಕುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇದೋ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರೀದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್
ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಕುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇದೋ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರೀದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್ ಎದು ಸ್ಮಿಯಂ ಐ ಲಿವೆ ಲಿವೆ
ಫೋನುಗ ವಿಬುಳಿ ಹಯಾತ ನಟುಂಗುಳಿಲನಿ ತಕುಮ್ಮಿ ಸಕಿ ಮೇಜುಗ ಎಫಶಿ ಗೇಮುಗ ಕುಳುರು ಸ್ಪೀಡುಗ speeduga e PUBG ganda snap kore esa ka meme taka e furi feeduga e tekutoku fura e fitu cheku taka ve OG fasha e sali trend ka e ki bajiduwa
Fursat libni technology libi kuri eruma eko haru fatuga tibe hus bagata wagutung ufala libi huwa fenta kuga veche libi fa
ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬೋಡು 5G ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್
Bebe, bebe, क्या हो रखा? Bebe, मी क्या हो रखा?
ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಲೊಮ್ಮೆ ಉಂದಗೂ ಕಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಲೊಂಬೇಣು ಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಕುರಿಯರು ಮೆಂಗ್ ಅವಹ ಬೇಣುಂದೋ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಹಯಾತುಗ ಅವಹ ಕುರಿಯರು ಹೋದಾಲಂ ಬೇಣುಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಮಡುಕುರು ಮೀ ವರ ಬ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಸತೇಕ ಗುಣ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ತಜುರ್ಬಾ ಕೊಲ್ದುಮ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ
ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಇತುರು ಹರಫತಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಸಳಿ ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಉರಿದು
जाणू तो एक है राके तो एक हथियार उतरे की हमला दी फुरडे लाफा दुआ क्या गादा ना तरुण बैकुड़ा फुम्मा द बैकुड़ा गादुरा मुझे यार कम को दूर वाला फुरा का कबार अब तो वेनी हकुड़ा मत का फस की चफेनी they were some fight for the veiny divide को टीम किंग को वेनी गा बदल का को गेमी का तुरे का को बेडी का खपा ए हुर वेनी फहुमी है का को वेनी दी वाण मी मगे महल मगे राज मी मगे वतन
Welcome to Ooredoo Nation.
ಕಿಯಾ ಬಲ ಕಿಯಾಣೆ ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಕುಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಕುಳು ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಕ್ಕಿಯಾದ ಕರ್ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ನೋ ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಕುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್
ಕಳ್ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಕುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್ ಇದು ಸ್ಮಿಯಂಗ್ ಐ ಲಿವೆ ಲಿವೆ
Fornuga vibuli hayata netungulilani takummisaki mezuga efashikemuga kuluru speeduga e PUBG ganda
Snap kore aisa ka meme taka e furi feeduga e TikTok fura e fit check taka ve OG fasha e sali trend ka e ki bajiduwa
فرصة ليبرني تكنولوجي لبي كوري إيروما إيكو هارو فاتوغا لبي هوس بغتا وغتون وفلا لبي هو فنتك كوغا ويتشي لبي فا
ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬೋಡು 5G ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್
Bebe, bebe, क्या हो रखा? Bebe, मी क्या हो रखा?
ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಲೊಮ್ಮೆ ಉಂದಗೂ ಕಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಲೊಮ್ಮೆಣೊಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಕುರಿಯರು ಮೆಂಗ್ ಅವಹ ಬೇಣುಂದೋ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಹಯಾತುಗ ಅವಹ ಕುರಿಯರು ಹೋದಾಲಂ ಬೇಣುಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಮಡುಕುರುಮ್ಮಿ ವರ ವ್ಯಾಕ್ ಅಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಸತೇಕ ಗುಣ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ತಜುರ್ಬಾ ಕೊಲ್ಲುಮ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ
ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಇತುರು ಹರಫತಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಸ್ಥಳಿ ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಉರಿದು
Alright, we are back in once again, guys. This is Ooredoo Nation Gabers Land, and we are in season 2 of the Esports Contender Series. Once again, I'm your caster Annie, and this is the bracketing. I'm not sure if there was a wrong entry on the bracketing, but yeah, Elpida Esports and Vigani are going to be on the semifinals. And next, our series is going to be MVL Esports and Espada Esports. So that's exactly what we're going to be seeing right now. And we will be going on to our agent select really, really soon. I don't know. We're already 2 series down on this wonderful quarterfinals. So right now we're just trying to see which among these 4 teams are gonna be competing up against each other in the semifinals tomorrow. But right now, what we're worried about is what the bans and the picks are gonna look like between MVL Esports and Espada Esports. So, first pick, MVL. They have the Diggy out of the picture immediately. And now the question is, what will Espada Esports answer to? So interestingly enough, Espada's logo is a blood moon. Kind of looks like the red circle in the Japanese flag, and there's also a tower. I mean tower. It's a torii gate. I think that's what it's called in Japan. And espada is a sword in Spanish. So I think it's a Spanish Japanese blend. You know what? I respect that. But speaking of which, our respect band will be towards the Amon. It's just, I mean, having Amon as your jungler, it's just absolutely a menace. And we saw in the previous game, despite SLFO pilots having just a little bit of a trouble with technicalities, that Amon still had enough kills in the early game. Just absolutely insane. But MVL Esports will be answering back with a Natan. Spada Esports will be banning that Vexana. Now MVL Esports, all they have to do is ban one more, the Spada one more as well, and then we can move on to picking. So last bans, Jushin's still on the table. And they can ban the Arlot as well. Okay, it looks like we'll be seeing a Carmilla ban instead. Espada could ban Jushin since they're not first pick. And well, let's just wait on as to what their decision is, which will be Irithel. Espada Esports, they'll be banning off a marksman, okay? And first lock, Yisun Shin. All right. Usage pretty popular in this tournament already, and then I'm gonna say, in the pro scene actually, I'm seeing a lot of Shins, going on for that jungle, and it works too. So, I definitely respect that. But the question is now, Espada Esports, what will they be answering with? They have two picks. Okay, they'll be taking the Jushin off the table, taking it for themselves. So MBL Esports decides to prioritize Heesun Shin, and Espada Esports will take the next best thing, which is the Zushin. And also they have the Atlas. Now, I'm an Atlas main before, but I don't see Atlas too much in the proceed. But there's a lot of CC coming in from this Atlas, and also a lot of slows, so it's okay. It's a pretty solid pick. Otherwise, MBL Esports will have the Eve for the mid lane, potentially, and this Bane might be going to the gold lane, I think. There's possibility, but let's just see what the rest of MVL Esports lineup is gonna look like. And right now, Espada Esports will have one more pick left to go before we're going on to the second phase of the banning. So right now, MBL Esports, they have the jungler, they have the mid lane, and potentially the gold laner as well. So they're lacking an XP laner and a jungler. So it's a pretty wide pool because junglers and XP laners are pretty um interchangeable. But yeah, Spada Esports, they'll be taking the Iksha as their gold laner as well. So we are done with our first phase of the picking. Now we're going to the second phase of the banning. Um, roamers for MVL Esports. Okay, we'll be taking Arlot off the table. MVL Esports, they could go ahead and choose XP laners as well, actually, as junglers. So all right, let's just see what they decide on. MVL still needs a roamer as well, so they should think about that. But both sides need XP laners, so they could I don't know, it might be a self sabotage if they go ahead and take too many XP laners off the table. Okay, we won't be seeing a Fredrin as of the moment, because Espada still needs a jungler. Now, Espada can go ahead and try to ban another roamer, maybe an Angela, I don't know. Or, I mean, maybe not Angela, maybe Florin ban, or I don't know what the typical bans for roamers are these days. But yeah, they could also ban XP laners, but they also need XP laners. But nonetheless, their first pick on the second phase of the picking. So Espada Esports could go ahead and be a little bit more flexible on this. Let's just see what the last ban is gonna look like. And after that, MVL Esports will have to ban as well. So we're looking at a Badang um, ban. And and we're gonna be seeing ACG ban as well. So there's a lot of XP laners off the table. So first pick on our second phase goes to Espada Esports. Let's see what Mazu is gonna choose. And let's just keep waiting. Um, well, they're taking a bit of time, so it's just patiently waiting. So right now, both sides are actually pretty well rounded. I love all these picks. So well, it's fine. Let's just keep waiting. A couple of seconds left to go. In fact, just seconds left to go. And looks like we'll be getting a Gatot Gacha. Yes, absolutely great choice for an XP laner, especially with the Atlas. And then we have the Gatot Gacha. That's double setters for Spada Esports. So MVL Esports, they have to stay away from each other. They do not want to, um, get into the CC AOE of either that Gatot Gacha or that Atlas. So yeah, let's just keep watching. And the export will be taken by MVL Esports. This is absolutely insane. And just waiting on. My gosh, their IG is Satan. Okay, they'll be getting the Kufra. So their lineup right now is gold laner Bane and jungler Isonshin, even the mid lane Kufra with the Roam and X-Borg with the XP lane. And then on the side of Espada Esports, we have Rushin on mid, Ixia on gold, Kafatkacha on XP. It looks like we'll be seeing a Julian on the jungle and Atlas as a roamer. So pretty solid picks coming in from our two teams. So like off the table, I like off the bat rather. I can't really guess as to which of these two teams actually is gonna win. So this is gonna be all about execution, and in a couple of seconds we'll be watching MVL Esports versus Espada Esports on our third series for our quarterfinals for this Esports Contender Series Season 2 for MLBB. Once again, this is brought to you by Ooredoo Nation Gamersland. And I'm so excited. I mean, MVL Esports, I don't know if I've seen these guys before. Espada Esports seems familiar, but I don't know if I've casted to them. I just saw their names somewhere in the bracketings before. But yeah, this is gonna be exciting from both of their parts. Just gonna keep watching that, and well, let's just keep on seeing like how this all plays out. I mean, pretty solid picks coming in from our teams. Isan Shin and Julian on the Retribution. Jamie's just poking a little bit. We have our two tanks kind of like putting a bit of damage here and there, but it's not too worrying. And so far, everyone's behaving. Okay, gold lane's actually X-Borg. The XP lane will be the Bane so that the Bane can get that ultimate as fast as possible. Gatot Catch is gonna go up against them, okay? Let's just see what's gonna happen because in the river there's might be a 3 versus 3, but it's way too early for this. There's still not a lot of skills that have been developed for these players. So it's just a poke here and there. Surprisingly, no first blood just yet. We're about a minute left to go before the first turtle will be popping up. Once again, it looks like, yep, Bane and X-Borg have swapped lanes. I don't know if it's, I think it's so that Bane can get their skills really, really fast because that ultimate just gives off a lot of like pushing and then a lot of damage. So Expo going up to EXP lane, and looks like Prisoner might be a prisoner in between Zayden and Skirty, but Sarity rather. I think Sarity, but they managed to get away. Potential 3 versus 3 at the bottom, but it looks like Misanshin and Kufra will be backing away. They won't be committing to this just yet, but Katatkacha and Exporg fighting nearby of the turtle. Okay, mid lane. Might be a jump from the Kufra. Oh, Mazu cannot move. Jamies is trying to help them out, but Jamies will be losing their lives. Sarity gets that first blood, and that's absolutely insane. And now, with the tank of the Espada Esports respawning, they can go ahead and get this turtle in the bag for the side of MBL Esports. It's a good start. Absolutely good start. And I don't know, it's always the Isan Shin that gets these turtles. So it's absolutely crazy. So, you know what? Let's just keep on watching. We still have our Gacha and also the export up on the EXP lane. So, pretty standard rotations, and I love that the Bane for the first rotation they're in the XP lane, but this time it pays off is because Sarity rather gets another kill, and of all people, it's the Iksha. So you've just denied a lot of gold to that marksman, but Stan might be in a bit of trouble, but Export couldn't quite get that kill all alone. But then yeah, was it 2-0 on the scoreboard. MBL Esports has the momentum. Okay, Jamies might be in a little bit of trouble, but they managed to get away. It's just way too tanky for anything to really happen, but might be in a little bit of trouble. Julian and Iksha have Bane on their sights. Bane might be getting away. Oh, they did not get away. They run into Prisoner and 2-1 on the scoreboard this time, but I think it's not over yet. So Espada Esports might be in trouble, and Six gets to see me first. Jamies might be in a little bit of trouble. They have quite little on health, but in the end, Matsu actually gets a Sarity, and Satan might be in trouble. I don't think they can get away. Can they? I think it's possible. Oh no, Satan definitely loses their lives over here. Alright, Alpha joins in, sprays it, but this is a 4 versus 1. They have to get away, but Jamies was almost low on health. But let's just keep on watching. I think there might be trouble in Alpha, quite low on health. They don't have their ultimate anymore, but Stan is trying to chase, but in the end they managed to get away, and now Espada Esports, they can go ahead and get this turtle in, but I think there might be a little bit of contest because MVL can still pretty much contest this. What, Espada Esports backed away from the turtle? I don't know. I guess they're trying to go for the contest, and Stick gets the second turtle once again. Oh my days. Espada Esports, they lost 2 turtles. They could try to contest 1. Unfortunately, I don't know, they're not too aggressive. I think they're trying to play it safe, but yeah. Just watching out for what else is gonna happen over here. I mean, there's a lot of tension on the mid lane. There's 3 people from Espada Esports, but there are 2 tanks and just the Jushin, so they can't count too much on engaging just yet, so they're just backing away. MVL Esports back to their natural habitat of farming at this whole map, and glowing one coming in for Eve. Just a bunch of items coming in from our players already, but compounding towards the gold lane. Let's see if something will spark over here. It looks like Jamies tries to go for the set, and especially Espada Esports goes in and takes instincts away from the map, and I mean, that was a pretty good set. Espada Esports also followed up so well, and if we just have that teamwork later on, I think Espada Esports could get this in the bag. But unfortunately, MBL Esports only lost 1, so Espada Esports will have to climb a little bit harder, and definitely MBL Esports is not making this easy for them. So I just saw a Dominance Ice coming in from Stan on our Gacha, so a little bit worried for the sustainability of MBL. Everyone's just farming. Me and just a little bit more worried for the KDA of Skies, and especially since they are our gold laner. But up top on the red buff of the red zone, and Stick gets Mazu, and that's their jungler saying goodbye. Jamie's also gets the dominance ice. And BL Esports has absolutely no chance of healing anymore. No sustainability whatsoever. They're being denied that, but looks like there might be a contest for this turtle. Espada Esports trying to close in, but they're not overstepping. It looks like they concede the third turtles MBL Esports once again. Mid lane, a little bit of attention here and there, but not much to say. It's just the mages and their tanks. So about more than a minute left to go before that next lord is gonna stand, but it's way too early to go for those rotations. Satan coming in, becoming a ball. There's 4 people. Oh my gosh, Jamie's attempts that set, but unfortunately does not get any stands. Quite low on health, and I think there's a set here from the side of MDL Esports. Espada Esports slowly but surely losing all their health. That was a triple kill from Skyzen. Okay, I said a while ago I was worried about the KDA of Skyzen, but this time it's a maniac, so I just ate my words, guys. Those are Bloodwings for Skyzen. Got the maniac, and then they're like, oh, I got enough money to buy those Bloodwings. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's just check in really quickly. The Bane has three full items right now. The Holy Crystal and the Bloodwings and also the boots. But right now we're just looking at mid lane just a little bit, but there's 4 people in the jungle for the red side on MBL Esports. Just a slight invade. Iksha might be in trouble if they go in for the dive, and Iksha Saimi says goodbye. They still, the tower isn't even down yet. Okay, James tries to set. Satan does fall. Mazu's quite low on health. Oh my lord, I don't know if this is gonna be a good thing, but Jamie's okay. Just a little bit of a skill here and there. MBL Esports has the advantage right now in terms of map control. And right now, we have a 6 point... No. It's just a 6k gold lead for MBL Esports. So I'm loving this from MBL Esports. They just need to ride on this momentum. And on the other hand, Espada Esports, I don't know. They're just playing it so safe. They're not really looking at objectives, just like the turtles. I don't know with the pushing either, because I don't know, for Espada Esports, they've been quite passive. And maybe if anything else, they're looking for kills mostly. But then yeah, Jamie's probably trying to get a little bit of a set, and I don't know if Espada Esports will be trying to give this away, but Stan tries to get that Lord. Unfortunately, MBL Esports gets that Lord. Oh my lord, there is a skirmish in the Lord area, and there's 3 down on the side of MBL Esports. I think they're gonna get wiped out at this rate. Skyzen needs to get away. Bane needs to get away. Iksha is chasing them down and did not stand a chance. I don't know, dude. Skyzen, you should have just ran away, dude. But they do have the Lord. On the other hand, Espada Esports using this time to go ahead and push towards the mid lane. I don't know. They only lost Jamie's. Espada Esports only lost Jamie's all the while. Everyone else on MBL Esports lost their lives. They got wiped out completely. Absolutely insane. Alright. Let's just go ahead and keep watching. I don't know. It's just absolutely insane for Espada Esports. I mean, I've been saying they've been playing a little bit passive, but when the team fights try starting, I mean, they start, all of a sudden they start winning. So Espada Esports, their strength lies on the team fights and also the kills. Otherwise, MBL Esports, they have the objectives in mind. Okay, Saimi buys that Sky Piercer, maybe slightly a little bit too late, but if Saimi starts getting that snowball, we might be seeing that Sky Piercer doing its job. But I don't know if these 3 people from MBL Esports gonna jump. Oh, they took Mazu by surprise. I'm sure Mazu's like, what just happened? Oh my gosh, that was pretty funny. But then yeah, okay, MBL Esports, I will respect that. That was still a kill. Okay, I don't think they're gonna be engaging too much after that. Satan gonna be stalking the brushes right away. Stan, I mean, way too much sustainability to go ahead and try to get that kill. They have to maybe target that Iksha. Definitely not Stan, definitely not Jamie's too much HP. Maybe a prisoner. They can go ahead and try to get the prisoner as well, but they're well guarded. Okay, right now, map control going back to MVL Esports once again, despite that wipeout all of a sudden towards the favor of Espada Esports, but so they're stalking towards the bottom lane right now. Jamie's might be in trouble. Ooh, Kufra jumps into Saimi. That's Iksha a little bit in trouble, but in the end, Skyzen gets in the tower. This is a 5 versus 5 in the bottom lane, and slowly but surely, MVL Esports, they lost 2 players already. Jamie's gets traded off, however, in immortality for Alpha. Let's see if that helps out. But Espada Esports tries to give the chase. MVL Esports disengages, and that Lord has spawned. I guess MVL Esports, I mean, they lost Satan, they lost Kaizen. It was a good idea to kind of back off, you know. They don't want to get wiped out again. But right now, Lord Espada Esports isn't really going ahead and trying to get this objective in the bag. Alpha's just kind of staying there. Alright, just some sprays in. Okay, this is gonna be a little bit in trouble. Alpha's slow in health. The portality has been activated. I think this is gonna be a kill, but Mazu gets drawn in and baited. Still. Oh my gosh, Alpha is still alive. That is a laughing emoji. But Jamie's gonna be low on health. Saimi going in, but will be losing their lives immediately. Now it's just Prisoner trying to get away from all this, and I think this is gonna be a march forward all the way to mid, and Prisoner the only one, and Prisoner might be saying goodbye to it. This is it, guys. This is the first win in the series. MVL Esports hitting that base. It is their victory. Oh my goodness. Absolutely insane. That was a good first game for our series number 3. MVL Esports, they had a slight hiccup with that wipeout towards the mid game, but in the end, all that map control, all those objectives, all those turtles, and those lords, it just went to the favor of MVL Esports. And I don't know, Espada Esports can definitely learn from that. They should contest the objectives, they should contest the turtles, they should contest the lords. It's kind of a shame because they did quite well on the team fights. Espada Esports did quite well on the team fights. They had a chance up against MVL Esports, but Espada Esports, I don't know. I think they just lost out on the objectives. This is a 13-minute and 40-second game, 18-12 on the final scoreboard. Skyzen, the Bane, has 10 kills, 3 deaths, and 4 assists. But I don't know who might get the MVP. Might be Skyzen. It's I don't know if it's gonna be Satan because that's too much deaths. And definitely congratulations once again. Congratulations to MVL Esports for getting the first victory for this series. And yeah, it looks like it is Skyzen. It's going to be the MVP with a KDA of 10-3-4, GPM of 759, and TP percent of 78%. The spell of Flash, and the 8th item build of Holy Crystal, Arcane Boots, Blood Wings, and then not a complete build after that. They just had three builds, but then yeah, the Blood Wings after that Maniac is absolutely insane, and I completely forgot about that Maniac. This is the reason why Skyzen is the MVP. And it looks like that was it for our game number 1. This is match point for MVL Esports. And before our game number 2 happens, we will be going on to a short break. So thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll be back after a few minutes. So stay tuned.
già e che era che ta e che hatiyaru tere che hamala di furdi la fadua gaga dana toru baba kura fuma da bakuda gadura mujiyaru kamgo dudu la fura kakabada tutavenia.
Alright, we are back to Ooredoo Nation Gamers Land Esports Contender Series Season 2, and we saw our Series number 3 for the quarterfinals with the first victory of MVL Esports. And of course, we'll be seeing our next game, our game number 2, very, very soon. So, once again, I'm your caster, Anita Caster, and I'm also a scientist, which is why I'm getting clowned right now by production. But then, yeah, this is my best friend, the microscope. It's quite sad. I look at the microscope every single workday. So, well, either way, I enjoy casting way more than staring at the microscope. And right now, we're gonna be staring at the Espada Esports banning Bane right off the bat, and that's completely understandable. After that game, that Bane on Gold Lane was just absolutely insane. And the fact that MVL Esports put Bane in the first minute on the XP lane just helped so much on the leveling up. But on the other hand, MVL Esports will be answering back with the Carmilla ban. We haven't seen a Carmilla yet, so actually, in this quarterfinals, I haven't seen a Carmilla yet. But yeah, Espada Esports will be answering back with an Irithel. They just really don't want an Irithel, I think. I mean, the fact that Irithel can still do basic attacks while moving, that's absolutely broken. But MVL Esports will be banning the Natan, another marksman, taken off the table, despite the fact that some of these teams might be like a little bit allergic to marksmen. I don't know why they just don't like marksmen, guys. Um, they're good carries. Why not? But then yeah, Espada Esports will be banning the Vixana, and Vale Esports will be answering back with the Diggy. And now we're going on to our first phase of picking. Espada Esports, Jushin is still up for grabs. So, Mazu. Mazu's the jungler, I think. So first pick, I don't know if they're gonna be swapping out with someone, but yeah, that's it. They'll be first pick this time around. I mean, Amon's still up for grabs. Yuzushin as well. Arlet as well. Maybe they can go ahead and get the tank first. I don't know. Espada Esports, they had two tanks, I believe. On the previous game, so I think they should prioritize a bit on damage this time around. But it looks like Simi will be locking into that Iksha just like that. And MVL Esports, they should be answering back with two more picks. They get the Yusunshin first. I completely forgot. And they even get the Jushin. Alright, they get two good picks, two pretty meta picks. So, Sushin and Yusunshin, we have the jungler and the mage for MVL Esports. And Iksha with the marksman. And they're getting an Eve again. I don't know if this is going to be the same, more or less the same lineup as before. But the Bane is definitely off the table. So MVL Esports will have to look for another carry. Alright, let's just keep watching. Prisoner once again with the Eve. MVL Esports. Oh no, it's still Espada Esports turn to pick. They need one more pick. Maybe get an assassin. Okay, they're getting the CC. Stan will be going on to the XP lane with the CC. MVL Esports has one more pick. Who can they pick? I mean, there's still an Arlot in the bag. They can get the Badang, the Lapu-Lapu. They can get the Gatot Kacha. Okay, it just depends on MVL Esports. Their CC in the previous game is, I mean, their crowd control. There's a CC hero, but their crowd control MVL Esports had the Kufra, which has some pretty good surprises in the bag. But yeah, it looks like we'll be seeing a Granger in the gold lane for MVL Esports. And now we're going on to phase number 2 of our banning. Just keep watching. MVL Esports will be banning first this time around. And I don't know what the bans are going to be. I guess the Fredrin will be off the table. And then, well, the Jushin's already there. Isunjin's already there. I guess if they want to deny MVL Esports, they might go for an export ban since there's no XP laner yet on MVL Esports. There's no rumor as well, so they could go ahead and ban maybe the Kufa. Okay, they'll be banning the Badang, which is a good idea definitely because the Badang with the wall, it's just something that you can't jump over unless you use your flash. You just, you'll be using your dashes or your flashes with that Badang wall. But yeah, MVL Esports has one more ban in. Espada Esports needs their jungler and the roamer. Actually, both teams need roamers, so they could potentially prioritize on that. But it looks like MVL they prioritized on banning XP laners, or rather junglers. Rather junglers. Okay, full 7 seconds left to go. Okay, it's a Tigreal ban for MVL Esports. Now, Espada Esports, let's see what their next ban is gonna be. Okay, it's the Kufra Respect ban up against MVL Esports. Now, first pick for MVL Esports, they pick one, so it's either Satan or Althaf, either the XP laner or the roamer. They could go ahead and try to prioritize the XP laner because especially Espada Esports still needs to choose their jungler as well. So let's see what they decide on that. Okay, they're taking the X-Borg for themselves. And Espada Esports, they should answer back with something else. So we're seeing a lot of comfortable picks from both of these teams. So obviously we have the okay, we're seeing the Atlas, the Julian, the Eve, and the Iksha once again. And for MVL Esports, we're seeing the Jushin, the Izunshin, and the X-Borg once again. And to top this all off, they can't get the Kufra. But the Rangers over there. Rangers definitely something new in this game. But Satan should, they can go for the Minotaur, I suppose. The Minotaur, the Atlas is already at the table. Kufra is gone. Tiger could have been a good pick, but they banned it. So Gatot Kacha would be a solid pick, but let's just see what MVL Esports has in store for us. Might be a Minotaur, could be a good choice as well. But there's also a Grok. Okay, Hylos. Okay, Hylos, a very good initiator. Lots of support and lots of damage as well, surprisingly for roamers. But yeah, a couple of seconds left to go. Everyone's just locking in, choosing their skins, choosing their loadouts, choosing their spells and emblems as well. But yeah, this will be game number 2 of our series number 3 for our quarterfinals. Once again, guys, this is Ooredoo Nation Gamersland Esports Contender Series Season 2. Espada Esports versus MVL Esports. This is game number 2. MVL Esports has already won on the scoreboard for this best of 3. This is their match point. This is a pressure on Espada Esports. They need to win this game to push this into a game number 3. Otherwise, MVL Esports will be moving up to the semifinals. And this is their lineup. We have the Iksha, we have the Eve, we have the CC, we have the Atlas, we have the Julian. And then for MVL, we have the Jushin, we have the Isunshin, we have the Granger, Export, and the Hylos. Pretty solid picks from both sides. And once again, I don't really have any sure predictions or just from the lineups. I don't really know who's gonna win because it's very solid picks coming in from both sides. So it's all about the execution, and right now they're trying to execute Satan. Okay, let's see if they can get in some damage, and it looks like that 4 versus 2 didn't quite be up to fruition, backing away and trying to go for the farm instead. All right, and Granger up top, rather in the bottom lane with the gold laner Iksha versus Granger, and up top it's CC and X-Borg. Just a little bit pokes here and there from our tanks. Definitely Satan's trying to be a lot more proactive at this rate. But yeah, speaking of proactive, Espada Esports definitely needs to play a little bit more aggressively, going for those objectives. And speaking of which, we got a minute left to go before the turtle pops up on the river up top. And then yeah, everyone's just minding their own business, I suppose. Which is okay. We're just farming. 30 seconds left to go before that turtle pops up. And we can see the Xborg and the CC are just exchanging pokes here and there. Instincts will be getting that hit, but Jamie's will be getting way little damage from that skill. So that everyone is just rotating towards the turtle. Mostly MVL Esports has control over the area, and looks like they're trying to push back Espada Esports back to their lanes. It's a 4 versus 4! Oh my gosh! First kill will be going against a Satan. Espada Esports has the first blood, but otherwise they're still conceding the turtle to MVL Esports. Dude, you have to contest it. Oh my gosh. Okay, maybe Maju's in nearby, and Six still gets the turtle. However, MVL Esports gets the first objective, and looks like Jamie's might be low on health. Oh, Charity gets that damage in, but it's actually Instinct will be getting that a kill. Prisoner, half health. That goes the same with Charity as well. Mazu jumping in, Charity taking a bit of damage, but it's not gonna be enough. Prisoner, ooh, that's a CC, but Prisoner, backing away with still a bit of health in hand. 1-1 on the scoreboard, just a trade here and there. Not too much, not too fancy, you know. It's fine. But I guess we're calming down once again. We can see MVL Esports is actually very, very proactive. I mean, they're very going on to the aggressive. But what stresses me out is by the Esports, they need to go ahead and try to get a single turtle. Man, they have to do something. Okay, Satan might be caught up in something ugly, but in the end, Espada Esports are backing away. They're not really engaging, but Masha takes a lot of damage, but the rest, Jamie's, that was a 3-man set, and oh, MBL will be paying for that. Stan gets that triple kill. Oh, that was highlights level amazing set. Those are 3 set from Jamie's. That was crazy. 4-1 on the scoreboard. Espada Esports, they have a little bit more advantage now in terms of gold up against MVL Esports, and that is just 3 kills for Stan. Stan's gonna have a lot of items after this, but right now Stan, I don't think they've built much just yet. But it's fine. Let's just be a little bit patient for Espada Esports. But yeah, CC gonna be caught up in a 4 versus 1 possibly, but Julian's gonna be in there trying to go for that rescue. 4 versus 4 in the mid lane, and it looks like Instinct will be getting the first kill. Mazu getting that trade off for Satan. Prisoner getting out of, however. And now it is a 1-for-2 trade favoring Espada Esports. And that turtle, come on, Espada Esports has to get this turtle, man. They have to get this turtle. Don't give it to MVL anymore. But the question is, where is Instincts? Okay, Instincts gets the turtle either way. Oh my days. This stressed me out, guys. Espada Esports, they could have gotten that turtle, but they chose not to. They're not very proactive at this rate, and they have to. They have to push the minions back onto the side of MVL Esports to at least have an edge in terms of map control. And looks like something might be brewing towards the gold lane, and Iksha should not go out too much. Oh, but the Espada Esports catches them. They try to gank, but they got the bushes in, and they just had vision. I don't know. It was a failed assassination on the part of MVL Esports, but nonetheless, it's a few seconds left to go before the next turtle's gonna come up. But MVL Esports going in and engaging very low on half of the side of Espada Esports. James gonna be falling first, and also Stan is gonna be falling as well. So the prisoner might be getting chased down. Ooh, that's a dive! Saimi losing health. Oh, Instinct's quite low on health. That's where Mazu is on the way, however. And Prisoners trying to get away. Serity out way too close for comfort. They are way too deep. But 3 versus 1 on MBL Esports. Looks like the rest of MBL is gonna be backing away for now because Espada Esports, they're starting to respawn. And MBL is quite low in health. They got one tower. Otherwise, it looks like the bot lane engagement isn't done yet. They're just poking here and there. But Espada is a full health. They have to get away. MBL has to get away, and they paid for their lives. They paid for their lives. They should have gotten away when they had the chance of 5 versus 2. Alpha manages to get away with a sliver of health. Satan jumps in, but they should probably not come back. Oh no, this is a 1 versus 5. Oh. Well, Satan knew what was gonna happen, I think. I think Satan knew exactly what was gonna happen. But nonetheless, Turtle, I think this is gonna be a free turtle for Espada Esports, but Izunshin is trying to contest this one. Oh my gosh! This is so insulting, and Sticks steals that turtle nonetheless. And this time Espada Esports finally attempts to get that objective in, and it's still denied. It still goes to MBL Esports. That's absolutely insane. I love that. I love that for MBL Esports. Now, we're going to be going on to the mid-game. Our first Lord will be spawning in a minute and a half. Okay, we're seeing something bad happening for Altaf, but Altaf managed to get away. Okay, Jamie's jumping. Get a little bit of a jump scare. Map control going on to the favor of MBL Esports just a little bit. I mean, they're trading towers here and there. Okay, but bot, however, is getting pushed onto the side of MBL Esports. So slightly, something's happening up top. It looks like Mazu will be losing their lives. Espada Esports just a little too late on the backup. 4 people side of Espada Esports attempting to come in. Altaf just spraying here and there. Let's see if there's gonna be engagement. Instincts charging up their bow. Prisoner took a bit of damage back there. That was like 25% damage. Okay, Satan leading the charge. Jamie's taking a bit of damage. Not gonna be enough yet. Okay, guess we're backing away just a little bit. Everyone's kind of just resetting. Half a minute left to go for the Lord. Can't quite go ahead and get too much engagements in, especially since they can't get the wiped out, especially with the Lord gonna be spawning really soon. But there's something's brewing in the jungle. MBL Esports is pushing Espada back to their side of the map. But then, yeah, after a bit of pressure, Mazu will be isolated from the rest of this map. Oh my! N6 gets Mazu and straight to the Lord. But however, going back to the mid lane. Potential 4 versus 5. Espada Esports backs away. It looks like MLBB Esports will be going for the Lord dance. Question is, will Espada Esports try to contest this? It looks like that will be happening. And immediately, just like that, MBL Esports will be getting the first Lord. 8 to 10 on the scoreboard, favoring Espada Esports. And this is what I'm talking about. Espada, they're good in team fights, okay? They're good at getting kills. But in terms of objectives, I don't know. And so with that, VL Esports might be getting this win just purely from pushing and map control alone. They have the objectives in the bag. They get kills here and there. In fact, they get Stan in just once. And Serity jumps in just a little too close for comfort, but frozen. Oh my gosh, Satan pays for the lives. MBL Esports quite low on health. They should probably back away really soon, but Mazu's almost done. Almost dead. Serity low on health. Gets taken out by Saimi, bots Instincts and gets a 1 tower in and tries to chase Julian. What is that? Instincts takes a bit of damage, walks out and meets 2 players from Espada Esports. It's a bit of a punishment, actually. It's a little bit too much of a reach for MBL Esports. They've overstepped their boundaries, and Espada Esports will not waste any time punishing them for that. But right now, the Lord is up top, and MBL Esports are doing a really good job putting the pressure on in terms of the minions. So Espada Esports can't afford to go ahead and breathe too much. But bot lane looks like the inhibitor turret will be started on by those minions from MBL Esports. Hovering about the top lane, however, might be 3 players from Espada Esports. They might be brewing something here. Okay. And everyone's just biding their time. Waiting up. Still, MVL Esports has control over the map. You're just always pushing those minions in. Just a bit of poke here and there. They've destroyed one more tower. And Espada is just trying to defend as much as possible. We have a minute left to go before that Lord spawns once again. Trying to drain down those minions. Alright. Coming in. Might be a mid engagement, but Espada Esports can't afford to take the bait yet. And MVL, they're positioning all around the Lord, trying to get that map control. Mazu, however, I might not be in a good spot. Granger and Exporg trying to see if they can get this kill, but Stan, okay, almost got caught in. Ooh, that was a nice set from Jamie's, and that's one. That's two down from the side of MVL Esports. That's a double kill for Saimi. Oh my gosh, Jamie's is amazing. I mean, I don't know. Like, such a great roamer, such a great setter as Atlas. It's just absolutely insane. And now MVL Esports are a couple of seconds away before that next Lord's gonna spawn, but they already lost two people, and Instincts is one of them. Instincts has that retribution that they need to get the Lord in, so it looks like they might be prioritizing mostly on map control and pushing the minions aside. CC is gonna jump into the hot zone and immediately goes away. It looks like we might be seeing a Blade of Despair for Kaizen, and I saw Instincts has one a while ago as well, so it looks like MVL Esports will be starting off with the Lord. Might be a Lord and Stan gonna go in and give information, giving trying to contest this Lord, perhaps. Oh, there's a stun, however, and let's see who gets it. Mazu steals the Lord, and this is gonna be a team fight, 5 versus 5 on the Lord's corpse. It looks like N6 will be getting Jamie's first, and very low on health will be Stan, but they won't be chasing that just yet. Skyzen gets Mazu. Prisoner running for their lives. Stan, quite low on health, gets a shot at. That's a 3 down for Espada Esports. They had the Lord, but at what cost? At what cost did they have to pay to get that Lord? But pushing on to the mid lane, I think they can go ahead and ignore the Lord for now. They can push on to mid. They have the minions. They have the numbers. And now Espada Esports, they're only defending with their mage and with their marksman. Let's see if they can try. Saimi can get 2. They have to run away. MBL has to run away. Espada Esports has respawned. Serity trying to get away, but looks like they won't be giving the chase just yet. And I mean, the X board is already starting on that Lord. They're trying to take it down, or at least try to stall it as much as possible. And looks like the Lord will be gone. Espada Esports pushes back on the mid lane, but they still have 2 towers left to go. Ooh, they're just going at it. They're just trying to get that mid lane. They're trying. MVL's trying to just get those minions away from the horde. But yeah, MVL Esports has to go ahead and defend up against the wave coming in from the Lord from Espada Esports, and now they're gonna have to reset. Okay, there's a bit of a chase, 3 versus 1. CC might be in trouble, and it looks like we'll be seeing something popping up at the kill feed, but Atlas jumps in. Stan manages to get away. James gets 3. Oh my gosh, MBL got the triple kill. They got set by Jamie's once again. Jamie is an absolute beast. Alta caught in by the second skill of Atlas. Alta has to get away. I think they're gonna be losing their lives as well. I think this is over. They could. I don't know if they can go ahead and end this game at this rate. They have the minions. They have the numbers. Mazu is gonna be starting off on the top lane tower. Sereti's trying to focus on the minions. Only the minions. Only the minions. And Espada Esports, they have eyes on the towers, so they turned this game around. Espada Esports finally giving MVL Esports a run for their money, but slowly but surely, MVL Esports, they have respawned, and now they cannot afford to make any mistakes. Espada Esports gave what they took. They took the mid inhibitor turret. And now, more or less, the map has equalized between the two teams. A couple of seconds left to go before that next Lord's gonna pop up. I don't know where the buffs are, but Espada Esports has the map control advantage at this moment. But MVL, they're hovering about the red buff in the jungle. Okay, not much of a lower dance yet. In terms of map control, the minions are in favor of Espada Esports. So I don't know if they can go ahead and afford to contest this Lord, but they are gonna be contesting it 5 versus 5 on the Lord. There's a Lord dance. Let's see who will get that kill. It's Mazu who's gonna be slaying the Lord, and in the other hand, let's see if MVL Esports can give this wipe out. But slowly but surely, they're the ones losing health. I think this is gonna be Espada's game. MBL backing away with 3 people. They know they have to cut their losses. Now they have to focus on the minions. Only the minions. Their mid is exposed. The minions are not in their favor. And that Lord's gonna be pushing on to mid. Alright. Just pushing which side of Espada. They have more or less their full squad. Stand still on the respawn, but it's looking good for Espada. Let's see MVL trying to defend. It's just a couple of seconds before the rest of MVL is gonna respawn, so it's not too much of trouble. They just have to take down all the minions from Espada Esports. Okay, the Lord is in. MVL Esports, they're slowly but surely losing their towers. Very, very low on health already. Okay, they're slowly but surely taking down the health of that Lord. Espada isn't really gonna go in and engage. However, they don't wanna take too much and overstep. But Mazu might be taken away. That is a 1 down. That's Mazu taken out of the picture, and MVL Esports at least they have a little bit more of a breathing room after that. But MVL cannot afford to make any more wrong decisions here, because they lost 2 lords already, and they lost a couple of team fights as well. So Espada Esports is giving them a run for their money. They have to do something about this. But yeah, MVL Esports, they're just trying to recover. They're trying to bounce back right now. More than a minute left to go before the next lord spawns. 5 people from MVL Esports hiding in the jungle towards the bottom side of the map. And Espada's already positioning themselves towards the Lord. And it looks like not much to say about pushing the minions anymore. Okay, MVL Esports slowly but surely. This is very precarious. This is a volatile situation for both teams, because it's actually anyone's game at this rate. But if MVL Esports doesn't pay attention to the minions, CC might try to give this a backdoor. But right now, they're all trying to play it safe. Couple of seconds left to go before the next lord's gonna pop up. Okay, and the question is now, where is Izan Shin? Where is Instincts? I think they're nearby with Hylos. So they're a little bit far from the Lord. Julian is just hovering about. Mazu's just there, waiting. And everyone's alive. Serti just got their Holy Crystal. And now, it's just a matter of pushing and pulling just a bit. It looks like Espada Esports is starting on the Lord and MVL. They're trying to contest this. They're trying to push in, but they just can't get the window to go ahead and get the Lord. But slowly but surely, MVL is trying to push in. Let's see who gets the Lord. Killing spree, prisoner falls, and Instinct finally gets the Lord. But in the end, let's see who's gonna fall, because prisoner has fallen. Instinct has been traded off. Serti's quite low on health. Satan low on health as well, and it looks like Mazu will be losing their lives. However, Saimi getting that triple kill. Ooh, it's just gonna be up to Altaf to defend. They have to run away. They have to look at that top lane, and Espada Esports know. They know Altaf will be going back and trying to defend, but there's also 3 people taken away from Espada Esports, and also 4 from MVL Esports. But they have the Lord. Despite having 1 person on their numbers disadvantage, they have the Lord, so it's practically like a whole other player in hand. But yeah, Altaf, oh, they have to get away! Take away from that damage, they might be taken down. You have to stay alive and take down at least that minion. Oh, they have to focus on the minions. Altaf has to focus on the minions. Doesn't matter if Espada Esports, they stay alive. They can't get those kills. They have to look at the minions. And oh my gosh, that was a nail biter. If I was in LVL Esports, I'd be screeching right now. And oh my gosh, that is a super enhanced Lord marching down the mid lane, going to Espada's base. But yeah, everyone respawned, and this time this is quite a long game, and the question is now who will win? Because it's anyone's game. Okay, a little bit of a skirmish on the bottom lane. Stan will be losing their lives first, and 5 versus 1, and definitely did not stand a chance. But 4 players from Espada Esports up in the mid lane. They should probably watch out for the top lane, especially for MVL's side. But Export has respawned, rather recalled, so not much of a trouble. MBL can push towards mid, but I think they're not gonna be worrying about that too much. There are minions up on the bottom as well. It looks like MBL might be eyeing the Lord once again. Okay, and Espada is not going out of their base. I don't think they're gonna try to contest, or I don't know if they know that the Lord's about to respawn, but they don't have vision on where the minions of MBL is, so they have to stay inside and they have to defend their base. And it looks like this might be a uncontested Lord. Okay, slowly but surely Espada is trying to go in, but Serity is trying to push them back, Satan as well. And almost but surely, that Lord is slowly gonna be taken away, and Insix takes that. But on the other hand, Saimi gets a Satan as well, but it's just the high-lows. Let's see if that affects MVL way too greatly. But right now, map control is actually a bit volatile on both sides. But the top minions are pushing into Espada Esports. CC just pushed down the bottom lane. Lord is marching towards the middle. Compounding on the mid lane will be Espada Esports on the defense mostly. And the Lord's gonna march in. We're already 23 minutes into the game. Would be funny if this will go to like 30 minutes. But yeah, let's hope that doesn't happen. But Lord is gonna be undefended by MVL, but I don't know if MVL will be trying to give this engagement. And let's see, this is a 5 versus 5. Export trying to go behind the scenes, but oh, why is Stan going up all alone? They got picked off so early on. Alright, Jamie's trying to set, but they're just not given the chance. Alpha quite low on health. Alright, oh, Jamie's activated their immortality. Saimi tried but couldn't quite get enough damage for this, and now numbers disadvantage for Espada Esports. They lost 3 players, all the while it's Altaf that got traded off from MVL, and I don't know, this MVL, they have to go ahead and eyes on the base right now. Now it's just Espada with 2 players, and it's just half a minute left to go before the rest of Espada goes ahead and respawns. But let's see if MBL can get this base in. They don't have the minions, just one more. They have eyes on the base, just a little bit more, and that is it. 2-0 on this best of 3 between Espada Esports and MBL. And MBL Esports is going to be moving up to these semifinals, guys. That was a series number 3 of our quarterfinals. And after that very, very long game number 2 between Espada Esports and MBL Esports, in the end, MBL gets that second win, and they are going to be moving on to the semifinals. So congratulations once again. And we'll be seeing the post game really, really soon. But there we go. 29-25 on the final scoreboard. We're almost going on to the 25-minute mark. Oh my gosh. But okay. Saimi did so well in that game. And also Jamie's and Saimi. Jamie's with that wonderful set. Saimi with that wonderful follow-up. It's just absolutely insane. But question is now, who is the MVP? And I don't know, it's just crazy. It might be Skyzen? Yep, it's Skyzen. Okay, with the KDA of 11-4-9, GPM of 765, CP percent of 80, and spell is flash, and item build, of course. Everyone has all their items as well, so Congratulations once again to MVL Esports. And well, that was our series number 3. And we'll be moving on to series number 4 really soon, which is Blood Ravens versus KOF Suzuran or KOF Suzuran. And whoever wins will be going up against MVL Esports in the semifinals tomorrow. And this is gonna be our last series for the quarterfinals. So before that happens, of course, we're gonna be resetting towards the back end. But I'm really excited to see who will win up against Blood Ravens and KOF Suzuran. So I think Blood Ravens is a little bit familiar, and KOF Suzuran not so much. I think I've heard of KOF before, but KOF is like, I think it's an MLBB thing. But then yeah, that was it for bracket, and that was it for series number 3. We'll be going on to our series number 4, as I said. But before that happens, we will be taking a short break. So don't go anywhere. Thank you so much for tuning in, and we'll be seeing you in a few minutes.
Welcome to Ooredoo Nation.
ಕಿಯಾ ಬಲ ಕಿಯಾಣೆ ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಗುಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಗುಳು ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಕ್ಕಿಯಾಲ ಕರ್ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ನೋ ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಗುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್
ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಗುಳು
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಅಕ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್ ಇದು ಸ್ಮಿಯಂ ಐ ಲಿವೆ
ಫೋನುಗ ವಿಬುಳಿ ಹಯಾತ ನಟುಂಗುಳಿಲನಿ ತಕುಮ್ಮಿಸಕಿ ಮೇಜುಗ ಎಫಶಿ ಗೇಮುಗ ಕುಳುನು ಸ್ಪೀಡುಗ ಎ ಪಬ್ಜಿ ಗಂಡ ಸ್ನೈಪ್ ಕೊರೆ ಎಸ ಕಮೀಮ್ ತಕ ಎ ಫುರಿ ಫೀಡುಗ ಎ ಟೆಕು ಟಕು ಫುರ ಎ ಫಿಟು ಚೆಕು ತಕ ವೆ ಓಜಿ ಫಶ ಎ ಸಾಳಿ ಟ್ರೆಂಡಕ ಎ ಕಿ ಬಜಿದುವಾ
Furusato libuni technology libi kuri eruma eko haru fatuga tibe hus baguta bagutung ufala libi huwa fentak fuga vecce libi fa
ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಬೋಡು 5G ನೆಟ್ವರ್ಕ್
Bebe, bebe, क्या हो रखा? Bebe, मी क्या हो रखा?
ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಲೊಮ್ಮೆ ಒದಗು ಕಮೆದ್ದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಕಮೆಂಗ್ ಹಿಂಗಾಲೊಮ್ಮೆ ನೊಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾದ ಕುರಿಯರು ಮೆಂಗ್ ಅವಹ ಬೇಣುಂದೋ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ ಹಯಾತುಗ ಅವಹ ಕುರಿಯರು ಹೋದಾಲಂ ಬೇಣುಮಿಯ ಉರಿದು 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ కడుకురుమ్మి వర వ్యాకమెద్దో 5G చేస్తాదా ಸತೇಕ ಗುಣ ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ ತಜುರ್ಬಾ ಕೊಲ್ಲುಮ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ 5G ಜಸ್ಸಾಲ
ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಇತುರು ಹರಫತಕ ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಸಳಿ ಗೇಮಿಂಗ್ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಪೀರಿಯನ್ಸ್ ಉರಿದು
जाणू तो एक है राके तो एक हथियार उतर के हमला दी फुरने लाफा दुआ क्या गादा ना तोर बाबा कुरा फुमा दा बाकु दा गादुरा मुझे यार कम को दूर वाला फुरा का कबाड़ा तो ते वेनी हकुड़ा मत का फस की चेनी they will survive for the veiny diva iko team king को the veiny ga badang का को gaming का तुरे का को बेडी का कपा ए हो the veiny fahumi है का को the veiny दी वाने मी मगे महल मगे राज्य मी मगे वतन
Welcome to Ooredoo Nation.
ಕಿಯಾ ಬಲ ಕಿಯಾಣೆ ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳಿ ಕುಕುಳು ಕಿರುಳು ಕುಕುಳು ಫಾಸ್ಟ್ ಕೊಕ್ಕಿಯಾಲ ಕರ್ಕುರು ಕಾಳು ಕಿರುಳು ನೋ 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 ಕಾಳು ಕುರು ಕಾಳು.
And we are back to Ooredoo Nation Gamersland Esports Contender Series Season and 2. Once again, I am your caster, Annie, and together with me is Annie, the scientist. Okay, yeah, it's just me actually, and it's fine. But yeah, we did conclude our series number 3 just a while ago with the victory of MVL Esports, and now the question is who will be going up against MVL on the semifinals tomorrow. So that's the question that we're going to be answering right now for our series number 4. It's going to be between Blood Ravens versus KOF. I forgot what the second word was, but yeah, KOF versus Blood Ravens going up against each other, and is in our series number 4. Once again, still a best of 3, and so far our 3 series for this quarterfinals have all been sweeps, have all been 2-0 dominations. But then yeah, there was a 24-minute game just a while ago. But yeah, it is gonna be Blood Ravens versus KOF Suzuran or KOF Suzuran really, really soon. And just like that, Blood Ravens has already banned out RCC. And now KOF Suzuran will be entering about the Isun Shin. Oh no! See, Isun Shin is a tournament staple. I don't know why. No matter what series, no matter what a team, there was always an Isun Shin. in the games in the Land of Dawn. So pretty meta pick for the jungle, and very very rarely um, banned as well. So that's probably why. But then yeah, looks like they'll be taking their time with our second ban. So guys, if you're tuning in, thank you so much for tuning in. This is already like season number 4, and I believe it's already 11 here in the Maldives. So it's been quite a while. So thank you so much for tuning in, and thank you for the teams for giving us such an entertaining fight, and especially since surprisingly SLFO and Elpida ended up facing each other off so early on in the quarterfinals. It would have been like a finals kind of thing, but it is what it is. So it happened, and now we're just trying to see who will be filtered off to see the semifinals tomorrow, and then eventually who will go off to the finals. Once again, guys, this is the Contender Series, and if you've been tuning into Ooredoo Nation, you'd know that the Contender Series has a total of 4 seasons. There's 2 seasons per year. So we had season 1 of the MLBB Contender Series earlier on, and now this is gonna be season 2. Next year we'll have a season 3 and a season 4, more or less around the same time, but spaced out just a bit. And then after that, we will be having our Ultimate Gaming Festival on 2027, where we will be getting the 4 top teams from each season, and they will be competing for 240 MVR. And I don't know, 240K is like 15K in US dollars, and that's just absolutely insane. 15 to 16K. So I guess too well. Try to be the top 4 teams in this season. So we already have our top 4 teams from season 1, and then we'll be taking our top 4 teams from this season as well. And this time we're trying to go ahead and filter that out. And actually, I think if you make it to the semifinals, that's pretty much it for that. You pretty much already qualified as one of the top 4 teams for the season. So with that, made the best teams win, and I hope to see you guys in the Ultimate Gaming Festival in 2027. It's still quite a far way, and of course it's not just gonna be MLBB that's gonna have this. It's also gonna be PUBG M and EAFC that's gonna be hosted on that Ultimate Gaming Festival. But I digress. We are going back to the game, of course. Finally, we're going on to the picking phase. Blood Ravens will be getting that pain first, and while Kof Suzuran is thinking on what their next 2 picks are gonna look like. Let's just look at the bans for Blood Ravens. CC and Diggy and Jushin will all be banned off, and Kof Suzuran will be saying goodbye to the Hilda, to the Nathan, and to the Isun Shin as well. And so it looks like our first pick for for Kof Suzuran will be the Eve in the Yuzhong. Now Blood Ravens, they'll be answering back with 2 more picks. They already have the Bane, probably on the gold lane. And we saw that execution for the Blood Ravens a while ago. I think last series or 2 series ago. Very beautiful execution of the Bane. And a couple of games ago, we also saw the Bane getting banned every so often. And so with that, Blood Ravens, they can go ahead and build around their Bane right now. But it will be Alice that will be picked by Naglu Baglu. Blood Ravens will be choosing the Lancelot. Okay, Lancelot for the jungler for Blood Ravens. Now Lancelot, I don't see too much in competitive scenes, so this is gonna be interesting. And okay, Off Suzuran has 1 more pick in before we go on to the next phase of banning. But so far, Blood Ravens with the Bane on the gold lane, Lancelot on the jungle, and Alice either mid or XP lane. So they prioritized on the damage dealers a lot. Puff Scissorin, they took the mage, but Yuzhong's probably on the XP lane. I don't know if we can see a Yuzhong in the jungle, but yeah, Claude will be going on to the gold lane to go up against maybe Bane However, depends if Blood Ravens will be putting that Bane on the XP lane or the gold lane. And now we're back to the banning. Carmilla will be banned first. Rather, it's Irrital will be banned first, and then Carmilla will be followed by Blood Ravens. Let's see what Koff Suzuran will ban next. So I mean, Zeus is already banned. They could ban maybe. I mean, Natan's already banned, so it's fine. Typical bans are gone. I don't know why they're banning Franco, but okay, I respect that. Franco's pretty annoying. Um, I don't know what to say, but then yeah, Franco gets banned by KO Koff Suzuran. Now, Blood Ravens. Blood Ravens, they will be answering back with an Angela ban. Okay, pretty respectable. It's a typical rank ban. I mean, for Southeast Asia anyway. I'm not sure with Maldives, but yeah, I see Angela being banned quite a lot. Now we're back. Let's go on. First pick will be going on to Koff Suzuran for our second phase. They still need a roam and a jungler. Unless they put Yuzhong in the jungle, which I don't see all too often. So I don't know who's still up for grabs. I mean XP no rather the roamers. There's a lot of roamers sitting off the table, but Hayabusa will be taken by Koff Suzuran. Blood Ravens question is who will they answer with? They have two picks. They need a roamer and they need either an XP lane or a marksman, depending on where they're gonna put that Bane. But yeah, just keep on watching. Ruby, TZ, and Nagato will be going ahead and getting those picks in the back. Okay, waiting up for Koff Suzuran. Am I getting gaslit? Did they switch? I think Suzuran and Blood Ravens. Okay, Koff Suzuran is picking right now. And it looks like we'll see a Kimi and a Gatatkacha. So Gatatkacha will be the roamer, Bane will be the XP lane, Kimi will be the gold laner, Lancelot jungle, and Alice in the mid lane. Blood Ravens will be having Liu Zhong on the XP lane, Eve with the mid lane, Claude with the gold lane, and then we have the jungle with Hayabusa. They just need a roam at this rate. Carmilla and Angela are off the bag, but they could still go ahead and get any tank, and they're gonna be choosing Grok for that. So, I mean, in terms of the lineup, I like it, especially Koff Suzuran. They have a lot of push capabilities, especially with the Kimi, especially with the Bane, and then they have the crowd control with the Katotkacha. And Blood Ravens, I mean, they have the rock with the walls. Hayabusa and Claude with the damage as well as Steve and then Yuzhong. Just a little bit versatile for their whole team. But yeah, pretty sturdy from both sides, and I'm really excited as to what this game's gonna look like really, really soon. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is series number 4 for our quarterfinals of this Ooredoo Nation Esports Contender Series Season 2. This is Koff Suzuran versus Blood Ravens, fighting for the spot to go into the semifinals and go up against MVL Esports, our previous series number 3 winner. So with that, let's go to the Land of Dawn once again for our game number 1 of this best of 3. So with that, I mean, it's pretty fun. Just kind of waiting for the map to load a bit. But in terms of lineup, I don't really have like an exact bet yet. I mean, I like the lineup, pretty reasonable. We have carries, we have good roams, we have good junglers, and right now everyone's just selling in. Might be too much of a crowd, at the nearby the turtle, but we have a minute and a half left to go for that. But it looks like actually our Alice will be going on to the XP lane. I might be wrong. So Bane is the gold laner. Kimi will be the mid laner. I don't know if they're gonna be swapping lanes later on, but yeah, Kimi will be going on to the to mid, which is fine, which is definitely fine. Let's see what their strategy is gonna look like, and then yeah, it's just a bit of shuffling I really don't know what they're thinking. But then yeah, Alice getting that ultimate really really fast is definitely crucial. So let's see if they're gonna be swapping out really soon. But Bane on the gold lane, yeah, pretty usual kind of thing. Yeah, definitely not gonna be questioned. But it looks like our mid laners will be rotating towards a goal. But it's kind of a little bit of a standoff for the two teams. They're not really poking and they're not engaging yet. They're trying to play it safe. And so let's just see if either of these teams will engage because Raid Bird they have the element of surprise. They have 4 up top, but I don't think this is gonna be in fruition. And it looks like Cuff Suzuran will be mostly um trying to get control over the map nearby the turtle, but right away Blood Ravens will be rotating towards the bottom side of the map. Alright, just a little bit of a hit here and there. 2 versus 1 on the XP lane. It's Zhuang versus the Alice. But yeah, potential 4 versus 3, 4 versus 4 rather, on the turtle. It's getting started off by Blood Ravens. Okay, it's half health, but Cuff Suzuran will be trying to contest that. Alright, the turtle has been reset, but otherwise, it looks like Cuff Suzuran will be trying to get that chase, and very low on health will be Blood Raven's first blood already. Oh my gosh, there's a trade between Nagato and Hiyasuno, but the turtle will be going on to Blood Ravens this time around. Okay, just a minute and a little bit more before that next turtle's gonna pop up. Okay, Grok might be trying to get Movie TZ, but they'll be backing away really, really soon. So, surprisingly, Blood Ravens were quite low on health, but Cough Suzuran did quite commit to that engagement. So, Rage Bird, more like Rage Bait, right? I'm just kidding. But then, yeah, everyone's just selling back. I think Cough Suzuran and Blood Ravens are very respectful towards each other. Not too much and no too much of overstepping. But right now, there's an attempt at little bit of an invade, and it looks like Raidbird will be paying for that. Karatkacha will not be hitting that with Raidbird sidestepping, but in the end, still, Muda will be getting that kill. A little bit of a punishment from that overstepping, the attempt invasion of the blue buff. But then, yeah, it looks like we're gonna be seeing, yeah, Kimmy's maybe building a Sky Piercer. But then, yeah, let's just see if they're gonna be stacking up after that. I mean, they definitely need the stacks if they want to get the Sky Piercer. But then looks like Vendetta already has a Corrosion Scythe. And half a mil left to go for the next hero pops up. And looks like they're just hovering about. Potential 4 versus 4. Lancelot's just nearby. There's a compounding. 4 of each of the teams just respecting each other, but a couple of seconds left to go before that turtle's gonna pop up, and none of them. It looks like Blood Ravens is actually backing off. I don't know what they're doing. They're faking out, maybe. Rage Bird, rage baiting that turtle once again. Okay, started off with Cuff Suzuran. Blood Ravens had the previous turtle, and that was after a contest between the two teams. I don't even remember who started the turtle. But then, yeah, looks like on the contest once again, and they're already eyes on each other, trying to get these things off. But Hilo will be getting that turtle. Got a catcher trying to set in, but the rest of Kofuzu is just too far away. Movie TC gets one, but Metsu gets shredded off as well. Kiasuno gets that kill. Double kill coming in from Movie TC. That Sky Piercer is gonna be a good invested with a triple kill already. Azmin is quite low in health, but it looks like our Movie TZ will be backing away for now. 5-2 on the scoreboard. Muda already destroyed a turret. Oh, all the while that Bane is working overtime while everyone else was distracted. But yeah, that triple kill couldn't quite stop Bane from trying to get a turret while everyone else is kind of preoccupied. We got a minute left to go before that next turtle's gonna pop up. Alright, Naglu Baglu is all alone. Maybe a 3 versus 1. but they're not. I don't know. Blood Ravens didn't quite commit to that yet. But up in the mid lane, might be a set by the Katakacha, but that did not quite get anything. But the Bane ultimate just got two, but the double kill from Booby TZ once again. We are in the 502 on the KDA for Booby TZ. That's absolutely insane. 7-3 on the scoreboard. What a great teamwork that Katatecha set. The Muda follow-up with the ultimate of Bane, and then Mubi TC with the last few damages. Just absolutely insane. And slowly but surely, Suzuran's taking away those towers. They have objectives on their side. Although they lost the turtles, they have everything else. They have map control. They have the kills. They have the towers onto their side. But third turtle up. They got a minute left to go before this turns into a lord. Suzuran on the go, trying to get the control over the map. But if it's anything like the previous turtles, they're gonna be going on to try to pick off Blood Ravens before doing anything else. All the while, Bane takes one more tower. Okay, a little bit of a dance of the turtle, just low on health. Kiasuno is very near. Oh, it looks like Metsukenrechi can finally retreat. I just realized Metsukenrechi was a horrible name. And the fact that they lost two turtles as well. Alright. One turtle goes to Suzuran, and it's Metsukenrechi finally retreated. But yeah, I respect that. And still 8-3 on the scoreboard. Significant gold lead from Suzuran. But okay, it looks like Movie TZ is actually kind of way deep into the jungle. Okay, taking a bit of damage, manages to flash away. And Suzuran immediately went to the rescue. Okay, I respect that. And it looks like everyone's going back to their business. And let's just take a look at the items just a bit. We have the Sky Piercer for Kimmy, and Kimmy already 602 on the KDA. So it's a good thing that they built that Sky Piercer. Bane already has the Holy Crystal, has a lot of damage in the bag, and that'll be really good for pushing later on. But Kiasuno walks into Nagato, or rather it's the other way around. It's a bit of a poke here and there in the mid. We're trying to rage bait them. All four on bushes, mid lane, other side of Blood Ravens, but they are being pushed back. Oh my gosh, there's something happening on the jungle. That jump from the Grok just had a lot of CC, but it's not enough. That push from Bane is absolutely insane, but Blood Ravens, they'll be pushed back. No casualties, surprisingly, despite all of the utilities being spent from both sides. 9-3 on the scoreboard. Actually, Hilo was picked off quite early on. But right now, 10 seconds left before the Lord will spawn. Ranger, very low on health, as means getting chased down. All the while, Muda on their natural habitat trying to get those towers in. Vendetta gets Lancelot and gets Nagata with the double kill. Slowly but surely, Claude is getting their items, and that damage is just doing it right. And I think Scissor, and they can go ahead and try to get I forgot what it's called. I think the blade armor, that item which reflects damage from the marksman, the anti-marksman item. Okay, Kiasuno gets caught. Potential 3 versus 1, but Hilo walks into the bush where Naglabag was hiding. Muda trying to get away from this, but the Lord, okay, might be a dance if someone initiates. And all the while, you know what Bane should do? They should backdoor. Because everyone's just kind of having a standoff on the Lord. Okay, we might be seeing an engagement. Okay, Ragebird's just a little bit too much health, but manages to CC3. Movie TZ gets a Ragebird, and Muda gets traded off by Hilo. Metsukenrechi gets Asmin. Alright, just a little bit more. Yuzhong trying to go up in the air, and Nagato's quite low on health. Nagubago as well, but they'll be falling back as well as Blood Ravens. It was E wanted to trade Muda being lost by Suzuran, but all the while Blood Ravens lost 2 players. And this time we're looking at the Lord. Blood Ravens can actually still contest this. He was still in the game. They have the retribution, but Metsu, you have to retri. This is very, very important. You have to retri at this time. Okay, they're gonna have to dance. You have to they will have to get this, and Metsu get retri finally. Slays the Lord, and that's the first Lord going in to the side of Kof Suzuran. And that's absolutely insane. And now all mid from both sides of the team, but Alice is trying to clear out the bottom lane. Alright. And just gonna be coming in. Let's see if what Kof Suzuran is gonna do at this rate, because Bane is just trying to push in while everyone is distracted towards the Lord's side. Okay, and there's 4 people from side of Kof Suzuran gonna push in to the jungle while they're distracted with the Lord. Okay, let's see if Nagata will try to set this. Okay, looks like it's not gonna happen. They're trying to save the Lord just a little bit, trying to drag this out just slightly. And I suppose lots of pressure coming in. Oh, that's the engagement of the Bane. Oh, it looks like Nagata gets that tower, but Muda already expended all their utilities, gets taken out. And it looks like we're gonna be seeing a little bit more of the action, but everyone's backing away. Even Kof Suzuran's backing away. They already lost Muda. No casualties from Bloodraven. And well, the Lord has done their purpose, you know. They managed to push a lot of the minions towards the side of Bloodravens. They have map control as of this moment. And just watching out, you know. Just hovering about the Lord once again. We got more than a minute left to go. Okay, Blood is getting rage baited just a little bit. Ragebird's trying to go on, and they're gonna be 5 versus 1. Oh, that's a nice set. Just a little bit of a CC, but I think Ragebird will be paying for their lives really, really soon. But immobilized, there's 3 immobilizations, and one by one, Bloodravens falls, but Yuzhong manages to get away. Okay, that's a good save, but still, Bloodravens lost 2 from that engagement. Let's just move up a little bit higher to see what mid lane looks like right now. But Alice trying to clear out the top lane, making sure that the minions won't go to their towers. And once again, Kof Suzuran mostly has most of their towers. They already lost the top lane outer turret, but it's fine. Especially if you want to go ahead and compare that to Bloodraven's map. But then yeah, watching out for people from Kof Suzuran pushing into the mid lane. We're almost 14 minutes into the game. Divine Glaive for Muda. Just a slightly bit more damage. And Bloodravens being pressured right now. Those minions are going onto their side. But then yeah, Lord popping up. It looks like Kof Suzuran will be starting them out, but Bloodravens is very, very near. Ragebird's trying to scout the area, already half in health. Half already coming in. Bloodravens. Oh, it looks like Kof Suzuran will be stopping the Lord just a little bit, just to take a little bit of Bloodravens. They've been pushed back, and all the while, Metsuket Retri takes advantage of that and takes the Lord from himself. So I think I like that strategy, you know. Kof Suzuran pushing the Bloodravens off so they can't try to go ahead and contest the Lord. All the while, their objective isn't actually to pick off Bloodravens. It's just to hold them off. Try to get this Lord in the bag. And you can just see their eyes are on the objectives, and I absolutely love that. And we saw in the previous series, that's exactly why MVL won. And also in the past few series, it's all about objectives. It doesn't matter who gets more kills, it's who gets more towers and who gets the base in the end. But right now, okay, it looks like Bloodravens has been pushed back, and Mubi TZ already on the legendary. Naglabak quite low on health. Kiasuno giving that chase, and Naglabak falls. But still, it's just 1-for-1 trade. Vendetta has been taken out, and to pay is Naglubaglu. But that Lord has managed to break into the base, taking out the top inhibitor turret. But slowly but surely, Bloodravens has already taken out the Lord quite easily. But in the end, Kof Suzuran goes in through mid and bottom, and once again, couple of seconds left to go before Vendetta will be going in and respawning, but the minions just keep on going. Suzuran might be backing out, however. It looks like our Gacha will be recalling. And they'll be going back maybe to get those buffs first for Mitsuken Retry. And we got about a minute and a couple of seconds left to go before that next lord is gonna pop up. And Kimi, Mubitizi's actually had a little bit of a chip damage on that base, and they almost had it. It's just that there's too many Blood Ravens players that are still alive. The Blood Ravens, they're slowly but surely holding their ground. And right now, it's Suzuran already positioning themselves all around the map, all around the Lord, rather. And the minions are kind of on the advantage of Suzuran as usual. And I gotta give it to them, Suzuran absolutely insane when it comes to map control. But yeah, slowly but surely, Blood Ravens try to fight back. Yasuno is trying to clear out the waves, especially on the bottom lane. And all the while, Suzuran, they're compounding on the bush near the red buff. Naglubaglu, trying to bait them out, trying to see if they can clear out these minions. But Naglubaglu probably has to back away because they've attracted the attention of the rest of Blood Ravens. But 5-5. We're looking at Mitsu trying to start that Lord already, but some Blood Ravens, as usual, trying to see if they can get this contest. They haven't gotten a single Lord yet. Vendetta has that Malefic gun. Let's see if that's going to help them out. But right now, 17 minutes into the game, pokes here and there. The Lord's not even being taken seriously just yet. With the Holy Crystal. Okay, pokes here and there. Bane trying to push into the mid lane, and their Claude is just trying to hold off at Kiyosuno. Quite low in health, but they're gonna be using their ultimate Croc. Gonna be putting 2 in the air, but otherwise Kiyosuno finally goes in, gets Muda from the back lines. Okay, Suzuran down to 2 people, and they've enhanced the Lord as much as possible. Okay, we have 2 mobilizations. Mubitizi gonna push in. They have to back away. Asmin finally shuts down Mubitizi. That's the first kill. Naglubako has to be backing off. They can't afford to lose any more people. There's only 3 people left in Suzuran, and you can see Blood Ravens. They're starting off on the Lord already. They have the numbers advantage, but on the other hand, look at the minions on the base. Almost got backdoored by the minions, but it looks like Suzuran won't be going down without a fight. Metsu Kanjiteru steals the Lord, but Naglubaglu will be paying with their lives. Metsu also paying with their lives. Oh, manages to get away with that amazing mobility that we see only from Lancelot. Ooh, Muda trying to see if they can go ahead. Oh my gosh, Muda's damage, absolute chef's kiss. What was that? Oh my gosh. All the while, Kiyosuno, in their natural habitat, trying their best to push back the minions, and Muda is just harassing Suzuran, making sure that they can't recall the easy way. Metro Ketrechi attacks Hilo, and that Lord's already on the base. I don't know. I think this is it. This is it for Blood Ravens. Suzuran will be getting their first game. It's only Rage Spurts that's left, and now all that's left is that crystal being taken down. And with that is the victory of Suzuran. Congratulations once again. That's absolutely insane. And so with that was game number 1. So that is a 0-1 on the scoreboard with the favor of Suzuran. So congratulations once again for an amazing game. So what Blood Ravens did wrong? I mean, they had the early game in hand. They had the 2 turtles. I'm not sure what happened after that. I mean, after that, Metsu all of a sudden got all the retributions right. They stole the last turtle, and then they managed to get the lords. And so, I mean, that's absolutely insane. And so with that, let's just keep on watching. I think we're going to be going on to our post game really soon. 19 minutes and 48 seconds, 18 to 11 on the final scoreboard. And let's see who will be our potential MVP. It might be Movie TZ, especially with the 10 to 1 to 5. That went to a legendary. And it's absolutely insane. So let's just see who the MVP will be. But once again, congratulations once again to K of Suzuran. They definitely deserved it, especially Booby TZ. So the item build with the Divine Glaive, with the Sky Piercer, with the Glowing Wand, and also the one with the basic attack, and also the Winter Truncheon, I believe. And so with that's absolutely insane. Booby TZ from Suzuran, I think, not Blood Ravens. I'm not sure, but yeah. Once again, that was it for our game number 1 for our series number 4 for this quarterfinals. And once again, before we move on to game number 2, we will be taking a short break. So don't go anywhere. Oh, no break rather. Okay, no break, no break. I did not hear properly, but yeah, we'll be going straight to game number 2. It looks like we started the room already. I think they're all like on fire. They just want to start immediately. Okay. I think production said we're just sleepy. So what time is it in Maldives? I think it's 11:47. So that's probably why. Everyone just wants to go to bed. So let's just do this immediately. Blood Ravens. I think the point is on Cough Susan. You know what? You're the production. Let's just go with that. But then yeah, first first ban will be going on to Blood Ravens, and Alice will be banned as we've seen from previous game, and also Nathan and Kofsuzern will be fighting back with the Bane ban and the CC. And well, even though Muda had that Bane in the previous game, still they're not first pick, so they can't afford to give away that Bane towards Blood Raven. So that's exactly why they're gonna go ahead and give that ban immediately. But then yeah, while waiting for the rest of their bans, guys, once again the Contender Series is actually a pretty big tournament. It's not just this tournament; it's actually a whole thing. It's 4 seasons. This is season number 2, as I said, of this Contender Series. So season 1 happened a couple of months ago, and then this is season 2, and we're gonna be having season 3 and season 4 next year. And for each of the seasons, we're gonna be taking 4 teams, and they will be participating in the Ultimate Gaming Festival in 2027. And the prize pool for that's absolutely insane with 240,000 MVR. So I mean, that's a lot of money. That's about 15 to 16,000 US dollars. It's absolutely crazy. So like the 4 best teams from this season will be moving up, and then we'll be seeing them in 2027. And of course, we'll be having a season 3 and season 4 after that. So we'll be getting 16 teams in total to go up against each other. And this is just MLBB. There are more games in the Ooredoo Nation Contender Series. We're also going to be having PUBG, and we'll also have EAFC. So it's just exciting, guys. And these teams, I mean, they're not just trying to win the championship for this tournament. They're also trying to get a spot to go to the Ultimate Gaming Festival held by Ooredoo Nation. So it is absolutely I don't know, it's just a lot at stake. I think even stepping into the Contender Series in the Ultimate Gaming Festival is just an absolute win. But yeah, going back to the game, looks like Asmin will be taking the Eve. Kof Scissoran's first pick will be the Metsuken Retro with that wonderful Lancelot execution with all that mobility and that wonderful retribution. And Nagato will be getting that gloop. I forgot. Glob. Gloop. Let me just check what the name of this guy is. It sounds like slime. And okay, wait, let me glue. I was like, what's his name? Guy's name? It's glue something. It's just glue. But then yeah, Blood Ravens will be taking Carmilla, and well, they already took the Eve, so this won't be a Sicilian Carmilla combo. Hello, should be the jungler, but they can go ahead and swap that out with Kiasunu's Yuzhong from last game. And okay, watching out for what Suzuran will be going for this time. It looks like they'll be getting the Valentina for Mubi TZ. Okay. And they should be answering back. No, they should be picking our next phase of the banning. So, Carmelis Rome, Yuzhong is XP, and Eve is mid. So, they should ban either a jungler or a marksman, either a marksman or a gold laner. Kof Suzuran, they're still missing, I think, a carry, a gold laner, and blue should be either XP or roaming, so either of those. But then, yeah, there's a ban. Hayabusa will be taken off the table. The Blood Ravens were kind of just waiting on their ban this time, and just trying to keep watching out for them. And yeah, couple of seconds left to go for their ban, but then yeah, it's just crazy. I just love Blood Ravens and Kof Suzuran right now. And Kof Suzuran did really well in the previous game. But Blood Ravens, they'll be answering back with a Badang ban. And Badang's really a good pick. Could go either the XP lane or the roam. And so, I mean, that wall and that punching just damage, and you can't go anywhere as well. So, if you get a combo, it's kind of hard. But then, yeah, the Kof Suzuran bans. I forgot what the name of this hero, but it looks like Joy. Okay, Melissa. Yeah, Melissa will be banned as well from Kof Suzuran. Not again. It's actually the first time I've seen Melissa banned for this quarterfinals. And Blood Ravens should be answering back with maybe another XP laner. Or they can ban a carry as well. They could do either. Maybe, okay, Earthal was already banned. Okay, a Granger ban. Now, first pick, Kof Suzuran. They have to choose one. Muda is the XP laner. Naglubaglu is their mid. So it looks like Mubi TZ will be getting the mid lane this time. Maybe Naglubaglu will be getting the gold lane. Or would it be Muda? And then Blood Ravens. Okay, I actually forgot. Mubi TZ started off as the mid laner, like despite being a Kimmy. So I think I got it now. But then yeah, Blood Ravens, they could answer back with a carry as well as a roam as well. But this time we're kind of waiting on Kof Suzuran right now. Okay, Esmeralda for the XP lane. Okay, so there's a bit of magical damage. So their gold laner definitely cannot be a magical damage kind of damage dealer. But yeah, we'll be fighting that out later on. But Blood Ravens this time they will be choosing two. They need a jungler. And they need a roamer as well. So the Grok was okay. They can take the Grok back and I don't know the knockback of that, not knockback, like the, I forgot what it's called. That's like when you throw the players in the air. But yeah, very good execution on the Grok. But then yeah, the jungler, however, Isunshin is already taken off the table, so still no Isunshin. But it looks like we'll be seeing a Joy and a Leslie. So answering back, Suzuran, Muda still needs that pick, and their Bane has been taken away. So I don't know how much choice. Maybe a typical marksman or another gold laner, just so someone can push on the lanes. I mean, the Lancelot can push a bit. Maybe Naglubak just a little bit, but it's more on the magical damage. I don't think Esmeralda can push as well as a physical damage dealer, a physical attack damage dealer. But okay, we're watching out for Muda. We definitely need someone. This is the new hero. This is the new hero. This is Obsidia or Marksman. Okay. Is it interesting? Haven't seen an Obsidia in action yet, but this is gonna be exciting. So, it looks like we'll be going on to our game number two. The question is, who will win at this game number two? This time, Kofzurun, they are on their match point. They already won one game. So, if Kofzurun wins this game this time, they'll be moving on to the semifinals. But if Blood Ravens wins, we'll be moving on to game number three. And well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is a series number four of our Esports Contender Series Season 2 of MLBB. This is the quarterfinals, the last of the series. Blood Ravens versus Cuff Suzuran. And 0-1 on this best of three with the favor of Cuff Suzuran with the match point, in fact, of Cuff Suzuran. Alright, let's just go ahead and try to see. We'll be moving on to the land of dawn immediately, just like that. Alright, okay, we'll be going on and trying to see if something happens in the mid lane. Just little pokes here and there, but I don't think this is gonna be a casualty just yet. Everyone's just trying to take those minions, trying to clear those out. But Ragebird is trying to invade this blue buff, and Ragebird will be taken away. Movie TZ will be getting their first kill. Question is, who got the buff? It's actually Metsu still. And so, all that for that. All that for kill. Blood Ravens, they should probably take the whole squad if they want to go ahead and invade. But yeah, it is what it is. Kof Suzuran has a slight advantage now. Metsu Kentrechi already has one assist already. But Ragebird, I don't know what this guy's doing. He's just rage baiting them. But then yeah, that's exactly what a good roam should do. But should probably also keep themselves alive for the most part. But then yeah, it looks like we have a Leslie and a Joy. So the Joy should be our jungler, just kind of roaming the map just a little bit. And then Obsidia and Glue, pretty interesting lineup that we have for Cough Scissor, and I'm very very excited for this. And a couple of seconds left to go before that turtle's gonna pop up. Joy's already in position, and also Metsu is already nearby as well. Let's see who's gonna start on that. Metsu's just trying to get one last jungle creep before going on to the turtle, but it looks like Blood Ravens will be starting on the turtle first. But this is a 4 versus 4 off. Suzuran is immediately trying to go ahead and contest this, and look at that mobility. Kyosuno gets taken out. Hilo gets the turtle on the other hand, and now got quite low in health, and Hilo's trying to chase it, and that's it. And that is another kill going into the favor of Blood Ravens. But in the mid lane, Nagbabag is quite low on health, but this is an Esmeralda though we're talking about, but it does not stop Vendetta from getting that kill. 2-2 on the scoreboard right now. It's anyone's game. But in the end, Blood Ravens does get the turtle. But then again, in the previous game, that's also the same story. Blood Ravens getting the first 2 turtles, and all of a sudden, everything else, all the other objectives, goes to Cough Scissor. But the grass Mudas, quite low on health, manages to get away. Glue, do not hit Vendetta. It's not a good idea. Metsu Richie gets a Vendetta. I love that. And Ragebird can do nothing about that. Has been hiding in the brush. And then yeah, basically that's the joys of having Glue as your enemy. And I love the execution that Cough Suzuran immediately has. But just a little less than a minute left to go before our next turtle's gotta pop up, and we can already see Cough Suzuran trying to position themselves early on. So 40 seconds, and Metsu's already positioned in. I don't know if their buffs are gonna hold up long enough to get the turtle, but they're definitely having a lot of, they're definitely trying to prioritize this turtle that we have, because they missed out on the first turtle. Now they're positioning themselves early on. But Turtle spawning, couple of seconds. It looks like Nagalbog was being chased down. I don't know why. Blood Ravens. Yep, I don't know what Nagalbog was doing, but Reach were definitely punish them for that. But Matsuka Retri is taken out, but that's quite far away and taking a bit of damage. But Movie TZ will be stopped from going back to the base. Nagato's quite low on health. Ooh, Kiyasuno, that was amazing. And there's 3 down from the side of Suzuran, and the Blood Ravens easily takes that turtle without any contest whatsoever, without any question. So what went wrong over there? I mean, it started off with Naglubaglu, overstepping the boundaries, going to Blood Ravens' jungle. And we saw the punishment that Blood Ravens had for Kof Suzuran. And all of a sudden, the rest of Kof Suzuran tried to go into the rescue, trying to see if they can engage because they ran out of utilities. But in the end, Suzuran lost 3 players. Glue going in for that ultimate up against a Rage Bird, and Metsuka and Treachery is trying to get Asmin over here. Okay, we have a little bit of a CZ thing going on, and still no casualties until now. I think Nakato will be falling first, but that's gets Metsuka and Treachery. That's 8-3 on the scoreboard right now. It's still 5 minutes into the game. Wow, that's crazy. Okay, just trades here and there, Naglubaglu and Kiyasuno. And I think we're going back to farming. And Kof Suzuran has a gold deficit at this rate. They have about 3.3 gold in deficit. And Blood Ravens is definitely trying to push as much of the towers as possible. All the while, Kof Suzuran is trying to lick their wounds. So that's basically what's happening right now. Okay, Ragebird tries to get Mubi TZ. They have the tower in hand, and it looks like Nagato will be trying to attack just a little bit, but no commitment yet. Couple of seconds left to go before the turtle comes in, and Blood Ravens has the map advantage. They have the map control. Nagato, a bit low on health, and they go ahead and go up against Blood Ravens, but Blood Ravens is immediately doing something about that, surrounding our glue. And there's spokes here and there. No casualties, however, but it looks like Kiyasuno is trying to dive into that tower, and Vendetta gets Nagato. That's the first kill. Nagabago, I think, will be following really soon. Ragebird gets that kill, but Movie TZ is trying to get away with that, and that's another kill. That's a 3-1 trade with the favor of Blood Ravens, only losing as me in that exchange. And now Blood Ravens will be getting their 3rd turtle, this time uncontested once again, just like the second one. Now Kof Suzuran, 0 towers, 0 turtles. Gotta do something about this, especially since they are already on a deficit of 7 kills, and Kiyasuno immediately gets another tower for Blood Ravens. Just checking a little bit of the items. I mean, there's some built items. We have 2 enchanted talismans, one for Valentina and one for Esmeralda. Then Joy already has the Holy Crystal and stuff, and you can see the glowing one going into Asmin. So a lot of magical damage actually coming into both of these teams. I think building an anti-magical damage armor is gonna be quite important over here in this game, but it might be something happening towards the mid lane, 5 versus 4 perhaps. Matsu using those triangular skills, but Haskell is going to Buddha, slowly but surely trying to get as much items as possible. But Kof Suzuran will be pushed back to the top lane mid turret. Ooh, it looks like Ragebird will be losing their lives, getting ultimate by Glue. Naglubaglu gets a shot at by Vendetta. That was crazy. And Kizuna trying to dive into that tower and still manages to get that kill. And that's a 2 down for the side of Kof Suzuran. All the while, Ragebird gets traded off. Alright. Looks like Kof Suzuran's actually getting pushed back into their base. And so, either they have to go ahead and wait for Muda to farm and get those items, or they just have to play it safe as of the moment, because that gold deficit is already on the 7k. So look at the Leslie. What? That was the Leslie the Vendetta of Blood Ravens. Just the one good shot and the squishy heroes of Cough Suzuran already loses a lot of health. And you can see Blood Ravens just hounding the blue buff. Oh my gosh, they just walked into that one. Naruto walked into that one. Oh, good, my days. But look at the Lords getting started out. Well, Blood Ravens uses the strategy of Kofsurin against them. They distract Kofsurin while half of their team goes ahead and gets this Lord. And it looks like we might be seeing the end of the game really soon. I don't know. Naglu is getting hit, and Matsu has saved them from the Leslie bullets. It's amazing. Get you some teammates that hide you from the Leslie ultimate, you know? Okay, dominance ice going to now, so hopefully this helps just a little bit. Lord coming into the mid, they're trying to take it down, but Blood Ravens is circling around like vultures. Okay, Nagato goes ahead and mounts on Rage once again. Top lane's getting defended, couple of minions here and there, and Kofsuzer is just playing it safe as of this moment. They can't afford to go ahead and make some hasty decisions. Okay, Metsu tries to get some pokes here and there, but immediately backs off. They're gonna clear out the mid lane this time. Blood Ravens. Ooh, Blood Ravens. They're not gonna be trying to tower dive either, but okay. Puff Suzuran, I think they're gonna be trying to get this in the bag. Okay, Muda tries to get in. Ooh, that's a monster kill from Vendetta. Takes down Muda. Not a good idea, but not a good idea for Muda to go over the back end just like that. But yeah, 2 down for the side of Kof Suzuran. Vendetta has been traded off, and it looks like Naglubagla will be saying goodbye too. And this is 2 people alive on Kof Suzuran, and that's concerning the fact that Blood Ravens has the minions advantage, has the map control. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's just keep on watching. Movie TZ quite low in health. They have to back off again. And let's just go ahead and see if they might be ending it soon. But it looks like Kof Suzuran might actually get Ragebird here. Kesuno just waiting behind. Told to back off because Ragebird's just way in too deep. Hilo's trying to steal a red buff. I don't think Kof Suzuran will be trying to engage just like that. Okay. And Kesuno will be walking into a huge party. I don't think Kof Suzuran will be trying to get this engagement in. Couple of seconds, actually half a minute left to go. Before that Lord's gonna spawn. Okay, we have the Vendetta, the anti-healing item. Definitely gonna help just a little bit, especially with Naglubaglu. And this is why I'm not a huge fan of Esmeralda. It's very easily countered. But over here, Blood Ravens, they're just putting a lot of pressure on Kof Suzuran, especially on the mid lane. Top lane, they're just trying to clear it out really quickly. Okay, we have a Winter Truncheon for Hilo. Just another safeguard like item for Hilo. But they're starting on the Lord. Okay, it looks like Blood Ravens' tactic tried and it's tested. They tried to bait them out with the Lord, but on the other hand, it's actually Vendetta will be traded off with Metsu Kanterechi, and it looks like Hilo manages to solo that Lord. And Kof Suzuran will be going back to their base and playing it safe once again. They're playing defense. And look at the difference between the towers of Kof Suzuran and Blood Ravens. The Ravens only lost 1 tower, although while Kof Suzuran's already like hugging their inhibitor turrets. Better than hugging their base, but they have to be very careful as of the moment. And they've been careful so far. After they lost 1 player, they immediately back off as much as possible. But then yeah, Blood Ravens gonna try to poke here and there in the mid lane, and it looks like our Vendetta is actually gonna walk in with our Lord marching on that mid lane. Okay, Slowly but surely. Of Suzuran, okay, they'll be going on for that Lord. First, there's a 5 versus a Lord. Ragebird trying to see if they can get a set over here, and Ragebird will be diving in, and it looks like Cuff Suzuran is being forced back into their base. Is this a game number 3, ladies and gentlemen? Oh, they're still holding on. There's still minions. Vendetta takes out Naglubaglu. Gets... Okay, the Lord's done. Cuff Suzuran still alive. Blood Ravens have health. They have to back away. They lost Vendetta. They lost Asmin. Good defense coming in from Kof Suzuran. Now all they have to do is wait and wait. Maybe in the 18-minute mark when Obsidia gets their items. Perhaps we might be seeing a turn of events. But Blood Ravens should have turned back when they could. And now they're getting taken off by Cuff Suzuran, but they still managed to get alive. They actually managed to heal up. Alright, Nagato. Squilo on health. Movie TZ could not quite get that damage. I think what Cuff Suzuran can do is build more anti-heal, I think. But I've seen a Dominance Ice, I believe, from one of their players. Not quite sure what happened over there. But yeah, at least Cuff Suzuran's holding their grounds as much as possible. And hopefully they get some really good items for their team. And right now, once again, Cuff Suzuran's going back and trying to defend their base once again, just moving all of the minions out. Only the minions, eyes on the minions. And of course, Blood Ravens, they're not going to be overstepping too much. Not gonna go too in deep. And it looks like Muda has bought their anti-heal items already, and hopefully this helps out on their next team fights. But then yeah, we're seeing the glowing wands on Kof Suzuran, and also the Blade of Hephaestus, I think, the anti-heal items. But there are 2 Dominance Eyes. Okay, Kof Suzuran should be good to go in terms of items. Let's just see if they can go ahead and execute this well. I'd like to see what their team fights look like now. But we're still 6 minutes in, and it looks like Blood Ravens will be getting another uncontested Lord. That's actually the 3rd Lord already, 16 minutes in. Not quite the super enhanced Lord, the final boss level Lord. But yeah, nonetheless, they have another Lord to push all of the minions back and put a lot of pressure on Cuff Suzuran. But Cuff Suzuran, slowly and surely, they are getting a little bit strong. Okay, Nagato tries to go ahead and get the Rage Bird down. And Vendetta's right behind them, trying to see if they can get some pickoffs all the while. Nagato takes a bit of damage. The Lord's in to the base. Only the minions. Kesuno gets 1. Naglubaga falls. Okay, oh my gosh. Slowly but surely, 3 down on Cuff Suzuran. 4, Mubi TZ getting chased down. And I think this is it, guys. We're going on to a game number 3. Blood Ravens wins this game number 2, 26-11. Cuff Suzuran couldn't quite get their footing into this game. And ladies and gentlemen, finally, we're going on to our game number 3, the first game number 3 of our quarterfinals. It's midnight in Maldives right now. It's 12:14 a.m. and my hair's a mess. I'm so sorry. But then yeah, we're gonna be going on to the post game really soon. And yeah, it looks like Kof and Blood Ravens, they are 2 very good contending teams. And well, it just goes to show, because we're gonna be going on to our game number 3. But before that, once again, we're gonna be going to that post game also. And I think the MVPs at this rate is the Vendetta. Just getting all of those skills, and there's so much damage coming in. And look at the Carmelo with the 20 assists. Asmin with the 18 assists as well. So let's see who can possibly be the MVP. I think it's really Vendetta, because that's 12 kills, 2 4 deaths, 8 assists. Oh, it's actually Asmin who's going to be the MVP, 5-2 to 18 on the KDA and GPM of 688. I think it's because of the deaths, maybe, and also the assists, maybe because Eve kind of maybe counts as support. And TP percent rather is 88%. Spell is flash, and the item build, of course, we have the divine delivery, we have the cooldown shoes, the enchanted talisman, the glowing wand, and I can't quite see the last one, but yeah, this is pretty much it for our Asmin. Pretty nice stats coming in, and guess we're going on to our game number three. Production will be going on to that game number three immediately. Yes, we are going to game number three. Oh, we have a 2 minute break. Oh, I'm confused. Are we going on to a break, production? Okay, we're gonna be going on to our 2 minute break. So guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be seeing you soon.
ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್ ಫಾಸ್ಟೇ ಇದು ರಾಜ್ಯಗೆ ಎಮ್ಮೆ ಹಲವು ಸ್ಪೀಡ್ಗೆ ಇಂಟರ್ನೆಟ್ ಉರಿದೂಗೆ ಅನ್ಲಿಮಿಟೆಡ್ ಸೂಪರ್ ನೆಟ್ ಇದು ಸ್ಮಿಯಂ ಐ ಲಿವೆ ಲಿವೆ
Fonuga vibuli hayata netungulilani takummisaki mezuga efeshi gamuga kuluru speeduga e PUBG gana
Snap kore aisa ka meme taka e furi feeduga e teku toku fura e fitu cheku taka ve OG fasha e sali trend ka e ki bajiduwa
Fursat liberty technology libe kori eruma eko haru fatuga tibe hus bagata wagutung ufala libe huwa fenta fuga veche libe fa
I got bamboozled, guys. We're already starting. Once again, we are in Ooredoo Nation Gamersland Esports Contender Series Season 2. And we're in the quarterfinals, finally on our last game. Guaranteed, guys. Guaranteed. This is our last game. This is only a best of 3. So once again, I'm your shoutcaster, Annie. And together with me is also Annie, the scientist. Okay, but my lab gown is a black instead of white. But then, yeah, jokes aside, once again, first game went to Kof Suzuran. Second game went to Blood Ravens. And so that means third game will happen, guys. Our first third game in the quarterfinals. But yeah, it was quite interesting. I mean, I love the lineup that Blood Ravens had in the previous game. But right now, we're gonna be going on to our banning and picking once again. We have the Alice being banned with Blood Ravens, followed by the Nathan and Kof Suzuran taking off that Bane all the while. They don't want to give that Bane to Blood Ravens. It'll just be way too easy to push towards their base. And so, well, looks like Ascension will be taken off the table again. And we'll just keep watching. We have the Irtle as well. Being taken off the table, being banned by Blood Ravens. And so, Kof Suzuran, I think they should ban Carmilla. That's just my opinion. But I think they should really ban Carmilla after that round, okay? Let's see what Kof Suzuran will decide right now. Okay, and it's just quite taking their time. They have a couple of seconds left. And what they could learn from the previous game, I think, I don't know, they did things right. They even defended their base well. It's just that their lineup was just incompatible with Blood Ravens. It's just Blood Ravens. They took that early game, and all of a sudden, it's just it followed through. And I'm not sure who that is actually, because I can't quite see their face. Is that? Oh, I'm not sure. Okay, I'm not sure who got banned, guys. I can't see the face. But then, yeah, we're gonna be going on to the picking really, really soon. I think that might be Eve, but I'm not sure, okay, because the face has been X'd out. But then yeah, we'll be going on to our first pick, which is Blood Ravens once again. Russians on the table. Also Amon. And okay, it looks like we'll be going for our Sicilian first for our first pick. They're hiding something. They're hiding their cards. Suzuran will be answering with CC. Once again, oh, they took the Carmilla for themselves. All right, Suzuran takes the Carmilla. Oh, the lovers are up against each other. Okay, Blood Ravens will be answering back with something after this. I mean, the Carmilla, and the CC. It's a good start for Suzuran. Question is, what will Blood Ravens do next? I mean, Carmilla is just after the buff of Carmilla is just so hard to go up against her. So just kind of taking away that Carmilla from the Cecilia just gives a little bit of a disadvantage for Blood Ravens. They take away the skill between Carmilla and Cecilian. But then yeah, we'll be seeing a Melissa and a Yuzhong once again. Because for the third time we'll be getting that Yuzhong, and then we should be seeing the last pick for Cizern. Oh, now this is interesting. Mo- Moskov. Moskov? Oh my gosh, forgot the name. I was like, wait. I think it's Moskov. Moskov. But then yeah, that amazing teleport with their spear, as well as the mobility, as well as the basic attack that goes behind the player or the minion that you're trying to shoot. It's just amazing. It's no wonder Moscow was meta a couple of patches ago. But right now, I don't see Moscow all that much in the tournaments recently. So let's just see. Let's just see. Maybe Muda can actually pull this off, and I'm really excited to see for that, especially with the Muda Moskov and the Nagato Carmilla. Could be a really good combo. It's just spill damage here and there. It's just unstoppable. It looks like we're already done with the second phase of the banning all the while. And then I can't quite. I think this is Edith. I'm not sure. Okay. The ban for Blood Ravens number 4 ban is I'm not sure if it's Edith, but the next one is Xavier, I believe. And then Cizern will be banning the Diggy and Grok as well. I think that's Rock. Okay. And looks like Cizern will be taking the Jushin for themselves. Will be TZ up at mid. Really good combo with the Jushin and the correct placement of the Carmilla ult and also the Moskov to kind of like just shred all that damage down. And also with the CC with the constant sustainability, they just need a really solid jungler after this. But Blood Ravens, they'll be answering back with Belric and the Joy. So we have the Melissa on the gold lane. We have Cecilian on mid. We have Zhang on the XP lane. We have Belric on the roam, and we have Joy on the jungle. And then we have Hayabusa for Cizern. So that mobility really quite interesting. So I love this lineup. Maybe a little less sturdy stability on Cizern, but let's just see what the execution will look like. I mean, Nagato can probably build Carmilla to very, very tanky later on. And then CC definitely needs to be a little bit more on the tanky side because Jushin, Hayabusa, and Moscow was just way too squishy for comfort. All the Wild Blood Ravens, I like their lineup as well. It's pretty robust. We have the Yuzhong and the Beleric, which is kind of hard to take down. And then, of course, the Joy with that mobility as well as the Melissa and the Cecilia. Maybe not so much of the mobility, but once again, guys, ladies and gentlemen, this is series number 4 of the quarterfinals. Blood Ravens versus Kof Suzuran. This is a best of 3. It's a 1-1 on the scoreboard right now. This is the decider game. Who gets to move on to the semifinals tomorrow? Who gets to go up against MVL Esports? It's only one of these two. First game went to Kof Suzuran. Second game went to Blood Ravens. And so right now, it's anyone's game. And just going off from the lineup, I really prefer Kof Suzuran, especially with the Carmilla, with the Moskov, and with the Zushin. But let's just see what their execution would look like, especially with Blood Ravens. They do have the Belric. They also have the Yuzhong, who time and time again gave us a really good show in previous games. But then yeah, folks here and there are already starting off with our game. Already 1 minute into the game. In fact, 1 minute left to go before the next turtle is gonna pop up. The first turtle rather. Okay, folks here and there on mid, but not much casualties yet. Looks like we don't have a first blood just yet. And just watching out where the joy is, they're just trying to go ahead and farm as much as possible. But Nagato's trying to harass them just a little bit, but Ragebird's gonna be going in and try to stop that. Okay, nice sidestep from Nagato. Okay, just a little bit watching to see if Hilo might show their heads. Moscow trying to mind their business. Getting the gold crab happening on mid. Okay, we might be seeing a mid gank, but there's a couple of seconds before that turtle's gonna pop up, so we can't afford to lose any players right now. And it looks like our Hayabusa, our Matsuken Treachery, is currently positioning themselves nearby, and there's also Hilo already positioned to their part of the jungle. But slowly but surely, we have the XP laners gonna be coming in, trying to contest that, and now it's just a 4v4. Gold laner staying in their lane, quite literally. Naglubaglu pops in. They're fighting over the turtle. It gets reset. Kawasuo manages to knock up 2. Okay, below in health, Naglubaglu might be losing their lives here, and that's a first blood. That is a first blood to the side of Blood Ravens. Okay? And I think Nagato's being chased down right now, but while that Corbilla is pretty sturdy, it's a little bit hard, but Blood Ravens might be getting this first turtle. In fact, they're gonna be leaving Hilo alone, but Ragebird is gonna try to push Metsu away. They get that retribution in, and with that, first turtle will be going on to Blood Ravens once again. And coming right up. Everyone's just resetting. Everyone has respawned already, but Blood Ravens already has 1 kill on their side. And you can see both okay, it looks like Azmin's actually trying to go ahead and give that ultimate to Muda, and Muda will be paying for that. And I was about to say the marksmen are just trying to farm. And all of a sudden, mid lane rotates into the area, takes down the marksman of Kof Suzuran. Okay, in terms of farm, it's actually kind of still more or less equal between the two teams. Just a slight deficit on Kof Suzuran, but right now we're looking at Kof Suzuran hovering about on the bottom lane, and Nagato tries, but Vendetta went way too deep, but they're trying to go to a counter gag 4 versus 3. Nagato's quite low on health. Ragebird trying to get in. Metsu Ketreshi falls, but Naglubaglu going in and trying to go for that trying to go into the rescue, and Kawasuno is also trying to join into the fray. This is a 3 versus 5. Carmilla's trying to go as much as possible, as fast as possible, but it looks like Blood Ravens will be going in to dive under the tower. Alright, Kof Suzuran's kind of like backing off as well. They're half health on Naglubaglu, and they're cutting their losses. So once again, they're going back to our minions. And I'm kind of chilling right now, because especially since that there's a couple seconds left to go before that turtle's gonna come up, and it looks like Nagato is being pushed back, and Blood Ravens trying to keep away the turtle from Blood Ravens. 5 people on the side of Blood Ravens, There's also 5 in Cough Scissor. They're all contesting that turtle. Let's see who takes it, however. And it will be Vendetta from the side of Blood Ravens. But all the while, it looks like Hilo will be getting Nagato. And I think there's a second casualty. It's Mubi TZ and Naglabag is being chased down right now by Ragebird. But there's no damage coming in. Everyone from Blood Ravens has a fallen back already. And actually, they're trying to get Muda instead. But Muda uses their dash to get away. It was a nice Sicilian second skill, by the way. Almost got Muda. And already 5 minutes and a half into the game, and they're already pushing into the mid lane. It looks like Muda gets that kill up against Asmin. And it looks like Cough Scissor is trying to push them back. They've overstepped their territory. And now, 6-1 on the scoreboard. Hilo takes another tower while everyone else was distracted. And look at the top lane, the minions are doing their thing. Just pokes here and there. A minute left to go before that next turtle's gonna pop up. We're still 6 minutes into the game, but already Blood Ravens is taking the outer turrets of a Cough Suzuran. Already Dominance Eyes on Carmilla might be a good idea, but Nagato is just getting rage baited by Ragebird once again. And up top, it's Yuzhong versus Metsu Kentretria. Metsu can't quite farm effectively if they have to go ahead and keep on worrying about the minions. But yeah, mid lane, it's just a push and pull. There's potentially a 4 versus 2, but they're not going to be engaging yet. One more tower down in the favor of Blood Ravens. Okay, a couple of seconds left to go before the turtle comes in. And looks like Nagato's trying to get away from the rest of Blood Ravens. They don't want to lose another member. Oh, it looks like Nagato will be saying goodbye. But Nagato manages to get away in time. And Cough Scissor and the rest of them are trying to get a pick-off kill. So who falls first? Naglabaglo very low on health. Vendetta gets taken. It takes 2 rather. And Hilo gets Naglabaglo. It looks like this is a 3-1 trade in favor of Blood Ravens once again. And this is prime time for Blood Ravens to go ahead and get a lot of these towers. And also that turtle is actually up for the taking, lagging just a little bit. But yeah, okay, we're gonna be going on to that turtle, and Hilo's just over there just trying to start on that turtle really quick after the cockroach. But yeah, Nagato gonna try to jump in, but it's way too late. It's absolutely way too late. And Topsters are in the back at it on the field. There's a little bit of a hit here and there on the blue buff of Cough Suzuran. This is a 3 versus 4, possibly 5 versus 4 with Matsuki and Trechi joining the fray. Yuzhong's gonna be going in to the rescue, however, just as backup, but it looks like Cough Suzuran won't actually be engaging here. And Blood Ravens right now, they should focus on map control just a little bit. And kind of waiting on to what happens next, okay? A little bit of a push. Nagato jumping in. Oh, there's a taunt from the Belleric. Asmin gets Nagato. And will that be another kill? Nagbako gets Ragebird, but Hilo gets Mubi TZ. It's 2-1 trade. Favorite once again of Blood Ravens. Look at that, 11-3 on the scoreboard. That gold lead on Blood Ravens. It's about a 6k, and there's a mega kill already for Joy for Hilo. Okay, I don't know, Cough Suzuran, they had such a great first game. I think it's maybe the execution of their lineup, or just the fact they don't have the Bane. It's just a little bit too hard on them. But yeah, watching out. Looks like Glowing Wand will be going to Asmin. And a couple half minute rather left to go before the Lord spawns. But Blood Ravens is kind of compounding towards the mid lane. And 5 players on Cough Suzuran on the mid lane trying to guard their mid inner turrets. Mid turret rather. Okay, it looks like Nagato's quite low on health. Okay, Blood Ravens trying to see if they can get the pick off. Muda still holding onto their health. Metsuket tree low on health, trying to dive into that tower, but the tower could not save them. Now there's only two people left. Muda and Movie Cheesy manages to get away with their lives, but it's gonna be hard to try to defend from the rest of Blood Ravens. It looks like Blood Ravens will be having the goalpost move towards the Lord. And I think this is gonna be a little bit more or less a little bit uncontested, and Moscow threw their spear way too early. Okay, it looks like there might be a little bit of a contest over here. Asmin gets the Lord, however, and it looks like Blood Ravens will be attempting to go up against Suzuran, but I don't think Suzuran will be engaging. They'll be backing away. They know this is not a good idea to go ahead and get Blood Ravens. But Blood Ravens right now, they can go ahead and push as much as possible before the Lord goes ahead and marches towards the middle. They can go ahead and um focus on top and bottom lanes. Just get those minions and let Suzuran worry about lane Lord. And you can see Suzuran is playing it safe. They're trying to draw that Lord into the mid lane turret. Okay, Cecilia's just watching this out. Yujong all the while trying to push into the top lane, but Hayabusa is gonna be going ahead and trying to stop that. Suzuran being pushed back into their base, and look at that Lord immediately. What is that? One hit on the Lord. Okay, skirmish here and there. 5 versus 5. Nakato quite low on health, but still holding steady. Naglubaglu quite low on health as well. Ragebird does get that kill. Hilo might be in trouble. Manages to dash away through the wall. And Muda quite low on health. Don't get picked off. Manages to get away. Metsu can't retreat. Moves back to the fountain. 5 versus 4. Oh no, wait. Azim took their lives. And Vendetta, Hilo, Hiyasuno, they're all falling. Reachford needs to run away. What just happened? 4-2 trade. Suzuran actually won that team fight. I think it's just a little bit of a bad timing for the utilities for Blood Ravens. And maybe their entry was fine, I think. Maybe it's just the timing, you know. But that was it, guys. Suzuran finally has a chance to go ahead and breathe just a little bit. We're still 12 minutes into the game, and hopefully Moscow will be getting a little bit more items so they can have a chance up against Blood Ravens rather. Okay, Nuggets are moving in. They're gonna be clearing out the minions really quickly, just like that. And it looks like actually Suzuran pushed back the minions all the way to the top inhibitor turret of Blood Ravens. But of course, couple of seconds left to go before that Lord spawns, and that's actually half a minute, and we're not really seeing a team kind of like trying to get map control. They're not really prioritizing that Lord all that much. They're just trying to push the minions, and Suzuran should probably keep an eye out, especially since they lost their mid lane inhibitor, and their top towers already like practically hanging by a thread. Okay, it looks like Blood Ravens will be hovering about the Lord. We might be seeing a Lord dance. You can see the rest of Suzerains actually positioning themselves all around. Okay, poke here and there. Might be seeing this dance. Nagato trying to come in, but Blood Ravens trying to push them away. Ooh, Hiyasuno gets him into get retreat. Hilo gets the Lord, and it's once again going on to the side of Blood Ravens. Oh my goodness, Vendetta gets Naglubaglu. That's one down for the side of Suzuran. They can't afford to lose any more players. Ragebird, however, jumping in, trying to see if they can delay the rest. Ooh, Nagato is gonna be taken as well. That's a 3 down on Suzuran. Muda and MLBB have to get away, but look at that mid lane. Muda tries to stop the flow of minions and actually managed to get away. There's a new horde. There's a new bunch of minions coming in, and MLBB slowly but surely losing a lot of health manages to get away from that hit from Sicilian. Okay, that's good. But the minions are going to be pushing it as well. Okay, no more top lane turret for Suzuran. And the Lord's gonna march in! Nagabag really low on health. Mood is trying to heal up, but it's not gonna be enough time. That is it. Less than 15 minutes into the game. Blood Ravens gets the reverse sweep of our quarterfinals. That's absolutely insane, guys. What a way to end our quarterfinals. Congratulations to Blood Ravens for moving up to the semifinals to go up against MVL Esports. And so it was an amazing quarterfinals. I mean, like 4 hours ago, and we've seen so many things happen. And I think we have a little bit of an idea on what heroes we should take note of. And you can expect your favorite teams are gonna VOD review all this stream and pretty much study their opponents at this rate because everything's streamed, by the way. But then, yeah, once again, this is the post game, and Blood Ravens, of course, with their victory. And who's gonna be the MVP? I think it might be Ragebird, actually. It's Ragebird. I think I only had one wrong answer for the MVP. 2 to 1 to 15 on a KDA, GPM of 665, TP percent with 77%, spell, vengeance, and our item build. Of course, we have the Oracle. And we have the Cursed Helmets. Not quite familiar with the others. I think those aren't full builds yet. But yeah, congratulations once again to our Blood Ravens for an amazing game. And this is our bracket. Elpida Esports versus Ellen and SLFO Kanjiteru with the win of Elpida Esports. Ellen and SLFO Pilots and Vigani, quite a sad series because Pilots forfeited the first game, and then there was a technical issue on the second game, so Vigani ended up moving on to the semifinals. And I'm really excited to see Vigani going in full blast. And of course, third year's MVL Esports with Espada Esports, MVL Esports moving forward. And we just saw the reverse sweep of Blood Ravens up against Suzuran, and they will be moving on to the semifinals as well. And guys, Ooredoo Nation's Gamers Land Esports Contender Series Season 2 quarterfinals has wrapped up. We'll be moving on to the semifinals and the finals tomorrow. And so you guys do look forward to that. But for tonight, we will be concluding the stream. Thank you so much, and we will be seeing you tomorrow. So, you know what? We'll see you on the stream. Don't go anywhere, and do tune into our social media for any announcements. So, once again, thank you so much for tuning in, and bye bye for tonight.